Chapter 1396. Lin Feng said, I didn't mean to take advantage of the two beauties. I just saw that the two of you were about to fall. If you accidentally fell to the ground, wouldn't you be in a very sorry state? That would be too damaging to your beautiful image. That's why I supported the two of you. Are you supporting the two of us? You're clearly taking advantage of us. Why aren't you moving your hand away? The two women couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and moved his hand away. The two beauties didn't continue attacking Lin Feng because Lin Feng was too powerful. He had instantly broken through their divine abilities. The two women couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng said, I apologize for making the two of you angry. These two small items aren't worth much, so please accept them. After saying that, Lin Feng casually took out two items from his storage ring. The two items were a bracelet and a hairpin. The two women didn't pay too much attention to them, thinking that they were just ordinary items. They accepted them. The fox spirit said, At least you're considerate. Since you're apologizing so sincerely, we'll forgive you. This is a Tao artifact. Suddenly, the female angel cried out in surprise. She held the hairpin with a look of disbelief on her face. At this moment, the female angel wanted to verify her judgment, so she channeled her magic power into the hairpin. Buzz! The hairpin immediately emitted a shocking fluctuation. The fluctuation shook the void. The aura of the great Tao filled the air. The sound of the great Tao resonating could be heard. Heavens, it really is a Tao artifact. What about mine? The vixen was shocked and quickly looked at the bracelet in her hand. She channeled her magic power into the bracelet as well. Buzz! The bracelet was also activated, and the sound of the great Tao resonating could be heard. The two women were in disbelief. Then they looked extremely happy. They had actually obtained two powerful Tao artifacts. Even now, they still couldn't believe that this was real. Lin Feng wasn't surprised when he saw the two women's expressions. This was a world where materials were extremely scarce. Even the most common iron weapons were extremely expensive, let alone magical treasures. Back then, Mo Xiaoyu only possessed a magic treasure of the lowest grade. Magic artifact, spirit artifact, prized artifact, Tao artifact. Mo Xiaoyu was the eldest senior brother of the inner sect of the Blackstone sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Blackstone city. Yet, he only used the lowest grade magic weapon. It could be seen how precious magic weapons were in this world. As for Tao artifacts, they were even rarer. From the reactions of the two women, Lin Feng knew that he had guessed correctly. Are you really giving it to us? The two women still couldn't believe that Lin Feng would actually give them two Tao tools. They couldn't help but stare at Lin Feng and ask aloud. However, seeing how the two women were holding the two treasures tightly, it was obvious that even if Lin Feng asked them for them, the two women would definitely not return it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Of course it's for you. These two Tao artifacts, one is called the Origin Bracelet, and the other is called the Purple Phoenix Hairpin. Both are treasures that can attack and defend. As the saying goes, hairpins and bracelets are best suited for beauties like you. These two treasures are most suitable for beauties like you. Of course, we won't. The two women couldn't wait to put on the two treasures. Thank you, young master. We were reckless just now. We hope young master won't blame us. After accepting Lin Feng's treasures, the two women's attitudes immediately changed. Moreover, they looked at Lin Feng with a strange light in their eyes. Their identities were quite extraordinary in the Blackstone City, and they had come into contact with many outstanding disciples of large factions. However, they had never seen someone as rich and imposing as Lin Feng. He had actually given away Dow tools, so casually. Even the Blackstone City's city lord couldn't do such a thing. Of course, apart from being rich and imposing, Lin Feng's cultivation had also greatly shocked the two women. In the two women's eyes, Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Lin Feng smiled and said, "How could I bear to blame you two beauties?" The two women's faces turned slightly red. Their current appearance was quite alluring. Lin Feng said, "I am Lin Feng. May I ask how I should address you two beauties?" The fox spirit said, "My surname is Yun, and my name is Jie. You can call me Jie in the future." The angel said, "My surname is Chen, and my name is Ingsen. You can call me Ingsen in the future." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Originally, you were Miss Jie and Miss Ingsen. May I know why the two of you are fighting here?" Yun Jie said, "It's like this. There's a vacancy for a lieutenant in the Blackstone City's Black Pinion Guards. Both of us are vice lieutenants, and both of us want to be lieutenants. The higher-ups were hesitant, so we decided to fight it out. Whoever wins will become the lieutenant of the Black Pinion Guards." Lin Feng had heard about the Black Pinion Guards from Mo Xiaoyu and the others' conversations. The Black Pinion Guards were the imperial guards of Blackstone City, and they were the most powerful army in the city. They were abnormally powerful. Even the sects in Blackstone City didn't dare to offend the Black Pinion Guards. The position of lieutenant could normally command 50,000 soldiers, and they had great authority. The fact that these two women were able to compete for the lieutenant position at such a young age meant that the factions behind them were extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for them to become lieutenants of the Black Pinion Guards at such a young age. Lin Feng said, "So it's to compete for the lieutenant position. However, I feel that there are many ways to compete for the lieutenant position, and there's no need to fight and kill." The two women blushed and said, "We've embarrassed ourselves in front of you, sir." After pausing for a moment, the two women asked at the same time, "Sir, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time in Blackstone City?" Lin Feng nodded and replied, "That's right. This is my first time in Blackstone City, so I don't know much about this place. May I know which young miss is willing to be my guide?" "I'm willing. I'm willing," Yun Jie and Shen Ingsen said at the same time. Yun Jie lightly harumphed and said, "Shen Ingsen, I'll give the lieutenant position to you. You can go and report your work now. I'll accompany the young master to familiarize himself with Blackstone City." Shen Ingsen couldn't help but sneer and say, "I've been very tired recently, and I want to rest. I'm not very interested in the lieutenant position. Haven't you always wanted the lieutenant position? I think you should take the lieutenant position. As for the young master, I'll accompany him." "Shun Ingsen, are you shameless? Did the young master ask you to accompany him?" "Yun Jie, I think you're the shameless one. The young master didn't ask you to accompany him either." The two women immediately started arguing. When he saw the two women arguing again, Lin Feng couldn't help but bitterly smile. Chapter 1397. Seeing that the two women were arguing, Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Miss Jie, Miss Ingsen, please listen to what I have to say." Yun Jie and Shen Ingsen stopped arguing when they heard Lin Feng's words. The two women looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'm sure the two of you were good friends in the past, right? There's no need to argue over such a small matter. It's fate that I was able to meet the two of you here. Why don't the two of you take me to see Blackstone City's scenery?" The two women also felt that arguing like this was pointless, so they nodded. Lin Feng smiled as he said, "That's more like it. It's much better to get along peacefully than to argue." Yun Jie slightly bowed and said, "Sir, let's go to Blackstone City now." "All right." I'll have to trouble the two of you to lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The three of them flew towards Blackstone City, and it didn't take long for them to arrive. Blackstone City was bustling with people, and it was incredibly lively. Yun Jie and Shun Yingsen were obviously the center of attention in Blackstone City. Many people came over to watch and point at Yun Jie and Shun Yingsen when they saw them. Yun Jie and Shun Yingsen came from extraordinary backgrounds, and their cultivations were extremely powerful despite their young age. Of course, the most important thing was that they were simply too beautiful. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. Soon, the crowd realized that something was off. Yun Jie and Shun Yingsen hadn't gotten along over the years. The two of them had always been at loggerheads with each other. If they bumped into each other on the streets, they would be thankful if they didn't fight. How could they be traveling together? What was even more shocking was that the two goddesses were standing on either side of a young man. Damn, who's that brat? He's actually accompanied by two goddesses? That's right. What ability does he have to be able to have two goddesses by his side, one on his right? Countless people started to point and talk amongst themselves. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by now. Yun Jie asked, "Sir, what do you think of Blackstone City?" Lin Feng replied, "It's very ancient." Shen Yingsen smiled as she said, "Sir's description as two-apartment Blackstone City has a history of 70 million years. Even though it was damaged a few times due to war, it was rebuilt." Lin Feng said, "It's not common to see such an ancient city." Yun Jie said, "There are many ruins of many battles in Blackstone City. If you want to see them, Jie can take you there. If you're lucky, you'll be able to comprehend some laws. If you're there, you might be able comprehending some laws. You might be able to comprehend some laws there. Lin Feng smiled. "Thank you very much, Miss Dai Yi." Yun Jie giggled. "Sir, don't be so courteous with me, or I'll be sad." Vixen Shen Yingsen couldn't help but inwardly curse Yun Jie when she saw how coquettish Yun Jie was acting in front of Lin Feng. She then said, "It's getting late, and it won't be long before night falls. Sir, you must be very tired. Blackstone City has a courtyard specially prepared for VIPs, so I'll take you there to rest." "Thank you, Miss Yingsen." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He. There's no need to be so courteous. Let's go to the courtyard now." Shen Yingsen giggled. "Humph, you're full of tricks. You only know how to play petty tricks." Yun Jie couldn't help but snort inwardly. The two women looked at each other and saw the provocative look in each other's eyes. Lin Feng pretended not to see the two women secretly arguing with each other. He followed the two women to the courtyard. Something's not right. Why do I feel like the two goddesses are fighting over that brat? I have the same feeling. Who is that brat? How did he manage to gain the favor of the two goddesses? Many people began to discuss the matter spiritedly, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Meanwhile, the news that Yun Jie and Shen Yingsen had fallen in love with a mysterious man quickly spread throughout Blackstone City as if it had grown wings. Everyone on the streets and alleys were discussing this matter. Many people were extremely shocked when they heard the news. They couldn't believe that it was true. By now, Lin Feng had already followed Yun Jie and Shen Yingsen to the courtyard. This place was called Xue Courtyard. It was said that a long time ago, a city lord had built it for his lover. The courtyard was named after his lover. Although countless years had passed since then, the name of the courtyard had been passed down to this day. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in a private courtyard in a 2-story building. There was even a hot spring in the courtyard, so he could soak in it. "Young master, we won't disturb you any longer today. We'll come visit you tomorrow," the two women said. Take care, young ladies. Lin Feng sent Yun Jie and Shun Yingxin out, then closed the courtyard's door. He took off his clothes and jumped into the hot spring to soak in it. Waves of heat swept through his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Lin Feng took out a few 50,000-year-old spirit fruits and ate them. He also took out a jug of good wine. He drank as he drank. He ate spirit fruits. He soaked in the hot spring. It was extremely comfortable. After soaking in the hot spring, Lin Feng changed into a clean set of clothes and went out. When he came out, it was already late at night. Even at night, Blackstone City was extremely lively. Lin Feng went straight to the bookstore. He needed to have a systematic understanding of this world, so he needed to buy some books. Lin Feng bought a dozen books and began to flip through them. After reading these books, Lin Feng finally had a general understanding of this world. This world was called the Great World of Exile. Rumor had it that the ancestors of the inhabitants of this world were people who were defeated and exiled during the First Innate Realm War. Those exiled people lived and flourished in this world. However, in this world, all kinds of materials were extremely scarce. Moreover, the living conditions were also very harsh. Therefore, there were fewer experts in this world. Countless years had passed, and now the Great World of Exile was divided into 12 domains. Each domain had a supreme domain lord, and the domain lord was a god-level expert. The Great World of Exile was now ruled by 12 domain lords. Blackstone City was located in the Tianzhou domain. The Tianzhou domain was the westernmost domain of the 12 domains. There were a total of 127 ancient cities in this domain, and Blackstone City was ranked 35th, and the domain lord of the Tianzhou domain was called Emperor Jun. It was said that he had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, looking down on all living things. Chapter 1398, Celestial Emperor Jun. Lin Feng muttered the name and raised his eyebrows slightly. He wondered how powerful the Tianzhou region's ruler was. Would he be able to defeat him after he recovered and used all his means? The relationship between the various cities in the Tianzhou region was not very harmonious. Due to the scarcity of resources in the great exiled world, the various cities had to compete for resources. As the saying went, unruly people came from barren hills and turbulent waters. It was most appropriate to use this term in the great exiled world. The great exiled world was a barren world. In order to compete for limited cultivation resources, many cities would frequently engage in battles. The closer the cities were to each other, the worse the relationship between the cities. Befriend those far away and attack those close by. This was the principle of many ancient cities. After reading these books, apart from gaining some understanding of the great exiled world, Lin Feng also gained some understanding of Blackrock City. There were 3 great clans and 5 great sects in Blackrock City. The 3 great clans were the Chu clan, the Yun clan, and the Shun clan. The clan heads of the 3 great clans were also the deputy city lords of Blackrock City. Each of them wielded great power. Under the 3 great clans were the 5 great sections. Although the 5 great sects were not as powerful as the 3 great clans, they were not to be underestimated. The 5 great sects were the Blackrock clan, the Bloodblade clan, the Fighting God clan, the Skystar clan, and the Mystic sect. Of the 5 great sects, the Blackrock clan was the strongest. The city lord was mysterious. It was said that he was personally appointed by Celestial Emperor Jun. Yun Jie and Shun Yingxin were originally the young ladies of the Yun clan and the Shun clan, but I don't know what their status is in the Shun clan. However, they are young and have extraordinary cultivation. They should be direct descendants, right? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Apart from that, Lin Feng also understood the cultivation system of this world. The cultivators in this world started off as qi refinement. Therefore, the first realm was the qi refinement realm, the second realm was the foundation realm, the third realm was the golden core realm, the fourth realm was the magic power realm, the fifth realm was the four extremities realm, the sixth realm was the manifestation realm, the seventh realm was the heaven ascension realm, the eighth realm was the void return realm, and then the God realm. Although the division of realms was different from the Tianwu continent, their strength was roughly the same, because the Tianwu continent was divided into 8 realms: martial warrior, martial master, martial general, and martial king, yin and yang, creation, life and death, samsara. The only difference was that in the sky martial continent, they first cultivated their physical bodies before cultivating their spiritual powers. As for the exiled world, it had been cultivating qi from the very beginning. In fact, the purpose of cultivating qi was to cultivate qi into magical power in the future. Therefore, this also led to the cultivators of the great exiled world having much stronger magic power than the sky martial continent, but their bodies were much weaker. The evolution of this cultivation system was not without reason. The ferocious beasts of the great exiled world ran rampant, and the ferocious beasts here had abnormally terrifying bodies. In the beginning, the cultivators of the exiled world had indeed cultivated their physical bodies. However, the cultivators soon discovered that no matter how hard they cultivated their physical bodies, they were far from being able to contend against the bodies of ferocious beasts. Many people died, tragically, in the battle with the ferocious beasts. Therefore, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, the cultivation method of the exiled world had changed from cultivating the fleshly body to cultivating the qi from the very beginning. After cultivating the qi, the body would possess the qi. When the qi in the body was strong enough, it could be released. This way, one would be able to release attacks from afar and not have to fight with the ferocious beasts at close range. If the qi was transformed into magical power, then it would be even more powerful. It would also have the ability to fly, and so on. It would be even easier to deal with the ferocious beasts. After understanding the cultivation system of this world, Lin Feng did not have any special opinions about it. Every world had its own rules, and the cultivation method that was most suitable for the rules of this world was the best. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the sacred art he was cultivating. The next day, Lin Feng had just finished washing up. Then, he heard curses coming from outside. "Brat who lives inside, get the hell out here." Hearing the curses, Lin Feng could not help but frown and walked outside. When he arrived outside, Lin Feng discovered that there were already over 100 people watching the show. More than 10 cultivators surrounded him outside the courtyard. The ones in the lead were 2 young masters. The one on the left was dressed in purple and was very handsome. The one on the right was dressed in white. He had a slender figure and a jade-like face. One look, and one could tell that he was a disciple of an aristocratic family. When the 2 saw Lin Feng come out, the purple-clothed young master sneered and said, "Are you the brat who was accompanied by Jie, ending Xian?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Are you the one who was barking outside early in the morning?" Puffed. Many people burst out laughing. Barking meant barking, and it was usually used to describe a dog's bark. That was how the term barking came about. Lin Feng was obviously mocking the purple-clothed young master for being a dog that was barking outside his courtyard early in the morning. "Brat, what did you say?" The purple-clothed young master's face turned ashen. He was the only one who humiliated others. When had he ever been humiliated by others? The purple-clothed young master looked at Lin Feng with a glint in his eyes. Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "Don't you understand human language?" "Brat, you're courting death." The purple-clothed young master's eyes turned cold. The white-clothed young master said, "Brother Nayland, please calm down for now. This person's words are vulgar, and it's obvious that he's a lowly person. Let's not lower ourselves to his level, lest we lose our dignity." The purple-clothed young master thought for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Why bother arguing with a lowly person like him? People like him can only move their mouths." The white-clothed young master looked at Lin Feng condescendingly and said, "Brat, let me ask you something. What's your relationship with Jie ending Xin?" The purple-clothed young master and the white-clothed young master were definitely Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin's pursuers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here early in the morning to cause trouble for him. Lin Feng looked at the white-clothed young master indifferently and said with a smile, "Miss Jie and Missing Xin are naturally closer to me." When they heard Lin Feng's reply, the white-clothed young master and the purple-clothed young master's lips twitched violently. Their eyes were burning with anger and deep jealousy. Many of the onlookers were dumbfounded as well. This brat had actually admitted that he had an extremely close relationship with Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin. Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin had actually fallen for the same man. Was that even possible? However, when they thought about how Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin, their sworn enemies, had been by Lin Feng's side the previous day, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that what Lin Feng had said was highly likely to be true. Chapter 1399. In the beginning, Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin were not enemies. They were very good friends. However, as they grew up, many people compared them. Furthermore, they started to gain some power. Most of the time, they were competitors, just like how they were competing for the position of lieutenant of the Black Feather Army. As a result, their relationship worsened. Now, they were like fire and water. Such a bad relationship was able to come together because of a man. Everyone naturally suspected the relationship between Lin Feng, Yun Jie, and Shen Yingxin. Now, Lin Feng had acknowledged the relationship between the three of them. Not only were the two men unable to accept it, many people could not accept it either. Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin were goddesses in the eyes of many people. Naturally, they did not want their goddesses to be taken. If the two goddesses fell in love with the same man, it would be even harder for them to accept it. The man in purple was called Nayland Ci. He was a young master of the Tianxing clan. The man in white was called Chu Zifei. He was a young master of the Chu family, one of the three major families. Nayland Ci was pursuing Yun Jie, while Chu Zifei was pursuing Shen Yingxin. Thus, when the two of them heard about the scandal between Lin Feng, Yun Jie, and Shen Yingxin, they came to Lin Feng's place. They were the descendants of the most powerful families in the Black Rock City. Naturally, they were not afraid of Lin Feng, who was an outsider. Even a powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its own territory. Furthermore, Lin Feng was alone. Furthermore, he was a young man. They were even more fearless. However, Nayland Ci and Chu Zifei did not expect Lin Feng to be so daring. Not only was he not afraid in front of so many people, he even dared to mock and ridicule them. This made Nayland Ci and Chu Zifei extremely angry. Chu Zifei looked at Lin Feng sinisterly and said, "Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but you'd better not speak carelessly. I understand how you feel. I also know that you must be jealous. However, I have no choice. You can't blame me for being too charming." Lin Feng smiled as he spoke. This guy is too shameless. Many onlookers couldn't help but roll their eyes. Of course, everyone knew that Lin Feng was deliberately angering Nayland Ci and Chu Zifei. However, everyone was very puzzled. Lin Feng, a young cultivator from the outside, actually didn't have the slightest bit of fear towards Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei, two aristocratic family disciples. Could it be that this brat had some sort of trump card? Brat, if you leave Black Rock City now, everything will be fine, but if you don't know how to appreciate kindness, who knows what will happen? Nalen Ci said gloomily. Oh, are you threatening me? If it was in the past, and someone threatened me like this, they would already be dead. You know why you're still alive? It's because your cultivation is too weak. Killing trash like you would only dirty my hands, Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were dumbfounded. Then they smiled bitterly. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng didn't fear Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei because he had some sort of trump card. Although they had a conflict of words, it wasn't to the point where it couldn't be resolved. However, Lin Feng's words had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because his words were simply too arrogant. Good. Someone actually dares to be so arrogant in Black Rock City. Nalen Ci's expression was as gloomy as water. He looked at Chu Zifei and said, "Brother Chu, if we don't make a move today, we'll lose all our face." Chu Zifei nodded. There's no need to be polite to someone who doesn't want face. Attack! Teach this brat a lesson. Nalen Ci waved his hand. Yes, immediately, the guards behind them responded and stepped forward, preparing to attack Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin rushed over. The two women angrily said, "What are you doing?" Nalen Ci said, "Jie, this brat has repeatedly humiliated us. If we don't teach him a lesson, how will we survive in Black Rock City in the future?" Chu Zifei said, "Yingxin, this is a personal matter between us, and this brat, don't interfere. Hurry up and leave, or we don't mind chasing you away," Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin said coldly. Seeing Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin protect Lin Feng like this, Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei were so angry that their faces twisted. Nalen Ci coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, do you only know how to hide behind women? Come out if you dare." Chu Zifei taunted, "You coward! If you're a man, you should come out now." "Shut up," Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin said coldly. The two women wanted to beat Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei to death. Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei had been pursuing them for a long time, and even though the two women hadn't agreed, they were still disciples of Black Rock City's aristocratic families. Even if they couldn't be considered friends, they still had some interactions. The two women knew how powerful Lin Feng was, and if they angered Lin Feng, if Lin Feng really wanted to kill them, who could stop him? That was why Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin wanted Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei to leave quickly so that they wouldn't get into trouble. However, Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei's hearts were burning with jealousy, so they didn't listen to Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin. Not only did Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei not shut up, but they also continued to provoke Lin Feng, saying, "Brat, a coward like you still has the face to stand there? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to stay here. A coward will always be a coward, and trash will always be trash." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin and said, "Mrs., it seems that your two pursuers aren't going to let this matter rest." Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. We have nothing to do with them." Seeing that Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin were worried that Lin Feng would misunderstand, many people were certain that Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin had completely fallen in love with Lin Feng. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to explain themselves. Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei were about to explode from anger. The two of them couldn't take it anymore, and they furiously yelled, "Brat, you're not a man if you hide behind women. Come out." The two of them rushed at Lin Feng, wanting to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You two really don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for Jie and Ingsen, would I have let you two pieces of trash dance around in front of me for so long? Kneel." Lin Feng coldly shouted, and a powerful aura flooded out of Lin Feng's body. Naylan Si and Chu Zifei didn't even have the strength to resist before they were suppressed by that powerful aura. They knelt on the ground, unable to move. Chapter 1400. At this moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. They could not believe what they were seeing. Many people were rubbing their eyes hard to see if they were seeing things. However, they soon discovered that it was all real. How can this be? He didn't even attack. His aura alone was enough to suppress Naylan Si and Chu Zifei. Those two are all creation cultivators. How strong does he have to be able to suppress them? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. The Wanxiang realm was equivalent to the creation realm on the Martial Heaven continent. In the exiled world, where experts were extremely scarce, this realm could definitely be called an expert. However, such strength couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. That shocked many people. Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin weren't surprised. The two of them were much stronger than Naylan Si and Chu Zifei, but Lin Feng had easily broken through their attacks. They knew that Lin Feng's cultivation had probably reached an unimaginable level. What was so strange about Chu Zifei and Naylan Si suppressing Naylan Si with his aura? "Ah, brat, you dare to humiliate us like this. You know who we are? Have you thought about the consequences?" Their eyes instantly turned red. They were used to being high and mighty. When had they ever been humiliated like this? At that moment, he hated Lin Feng so much that his heart was filled with hatred. Lin Feng looked at Naylan Si and Chu Zifei indifferently. "Are you threatening me? Do you believe that I can uproot your families with a flick of my finger?" Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such a thing. Even Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin's red lips were agape. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. He actually wanted to uproot the Chu family and the Heavenly Star sect. Those two powers had countless experts. However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, a strange thought appeared in many people's minds. The thought was, does he really have that ability? Although it sounded unbelievable, after all, no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he was still alone. The Chu family and the Starry Sky sect had many experts. Enough ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, the two forces had so many experts working together. Unless one was a god, it was absolutely impossible to fight against them. Was Lin Feng a god? How was this possible? How could there be such a young god in this world? It was the biggest joke in the world. No one would believe that. Yun Jie begged in a small voice, "Sir, please spare these two people for our sake. Our clans have deep ties with the clans and sects behind them, so it wouldn't be good for us to make things too tense." Shen Yingxin also pleaded, "That's right, sir. This matter started because of us, so we apologize to you on behalf of Naylan Si and Chu Zifei. Please don't lower yourself to their level." When he saw the two women's pitiful expressions, Lin Feng had always been protective of women, so he couldn't bear to reject them. Moreover, it was just as Lin Feng had said. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to kill cultivators like Naylan Si and Chu Zifei. Killing low-level cultivators like them would only dirty his hands. Scram! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and the two of them were sent flying dozens of meters away. Naylan Si and Chu Zifei hurriedly crawled up from the ground. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare, so they quickly led their guards and fled. "Sir, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? We'll bring you to the Heavenly Crab restaurant to eat a special crab from Black Rock City. It's delicious, and we'll bring you around to experience the traditions of Black Rock City." Shen Yingxin said. Lin Feng said, after we eat, let's go to the Tao Comprehending Ground. We'll have plenty of time to experience the traditions in the future. Yun Jie smiled and said, no wonder you're so amazing. You'd rather comprehend the Tao than spend more time with beautiful women like us. We're so sad. Lin Feng smiled and said, on the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I don't dare to slack off. There'll be plenty of time in the future, so I'll naturally have plenty of time to spend with you too. The two women blushed slightly and walked forward. Their enchanting bodies swayed back and forth, looking extremely alluring. After eating breakfast, Lin Feng was led to the Tao Palace by Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin. The Tao Palace was a palace of the great Tao. Inside the Tao Palace, one could see the remnants of the great Tao's aura that had been left behind during the great battle. There were also some shattered treasures, and there were even some corpses of experts. All of these things had been sealed away. These are all things left behind from the past. There are over 1,000 items of various sizes, and many of them are extraordinary. They all contain the aura of the great Tao, but whether or not one can comprehend the great Tao within them depends on luck, Shen Yingxin said. She was right. The Tao Palace was similar to a museum in the modern world. However, many of the items in the Tao Palace contained the laws of the great Tao. If one could comprehend them, they would benefit immensely. Many people could enter the Tao Palace to comprehend the laws of the great Tao, but the prerequisite was that they could afford the exorbitant entrance fee. Lin Feng saw many cultivators sitting cross-legged in the Tao Palace trying to comprehend the great Tao. Yun Jie asked, what do you think of the items in the Tao Palace? Lin Feng replied, many of them do contain the aura of the great Tao. They're worth studying. Shen Yingxin asked, do you have any great Tao that you want to comprehend? Lin Feng shook his head. Not at the moment. Yun Jie continued, there's something else that's exceptionally precious. What is it? Lin Feng asked. It's said that this is the corpse of a sentient life form that has been preserved until now. Yun Jie explained. What? A sentient life form? Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Sentient life forms referred to living beings that were born before the creation of the world. At that time, the world had yet to be created, and everything was in chaos. Within the chaos, the first living beings were born. Pangu, Niuhua, Shiji, the primeval lord of heaven, Taishang, Guangyuan, Fuxi, Suiren, the ancestral true dragon, the ancestral phoenix, and so on. They had all been born at that time. Sentient life forms grew by absorbing the aura of chaos. Their strength was unimaginably great. Perhaps they were the most powerful beings in the universe. This was because, according to the legends, all living beings were created by Niuhua, the mother of the earth. In reality, Niuhua couldn't be considered the most powerful sentient life form. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been killed by another sentient life form during the Great War of the Sentient Realm. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that there was actually a sentient life form's corpse here. This was too shocking. Chapter 14:01. Can you take me to see that innate life form? Lin Feng asked. Yun Jie said, we can try, but we can't be sure if we'll be able to see it. That mysterious innate life form's corpse is guarded by 4 patriarchs. It's said that they've lived for more than 30,000 years, and they've spent their lives protecting the Tao Palace. They don't participate in anything related to Black Rock City. This Tao Palace seems to have a long history. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The Tao Palace does have a long history. It should have been established 50 million years ago. Black Rock City has fallen a few times due to war, but no one has dared to destroy the Tao Palace. Shen Yingxin said. Lin Feng said, if no one dares to destroy the Tao Palace, then it must have a special status. Even the factions that participated in the war back then were afraid of it. The Dao Palace does indeed have a special status. The two women nodded. Lin Feng followed Yunjie and Shen Yingxin deeper into the Dao Palace. There was a staircase that led to the top, but there were dozens of guards at the entrance. It was obvious that no one was allowed to enter. So it's Miss Jie and Miss Yingxin. You should know that the second floor of the Dao Palace is where the four patriarchs rest, and the lords cultivate. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, so please return. The guard leader said. The guard leader looked to be in his 40s, and his cultivation seemed to be much stronger than Yunjie and Shen Yingxin's. Yunjie said, I'm here to see my sister. I have some matters to discuss with her. Please call her over, Lord Zhang. Shen Yingxin said, I'm here to see my brother. I have something to say to him, so please call her over for me. All right, please wait for a moment, said Lin Feng. Lord Zhang cupped his fists and left. Yunjie whispered, the Dao Palace has its own legacy, and it will choose a new successor to continue protecting the Dao Palace in the future. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seems that there are Dao palaces in many ancient cities, right? That's right. There are Dao palaces in many ancient cities, but they're too low-key and they don't interact much with the various factions in those cities. Shen Yingxin said. Yun Jie continued, the heritage of the Taoist temple is very powerful, and many people want to join the Taoist temple. Of course, not just anyone is qualified to join. There are strict requirements for talent, character, and so on. Lin Feng said, it seems that Miss Dai Yi's sister and Missing Xion's brother are both incredibly talented. Yun Jie replied, indeed, they're the most talented of our generation. Yun Jie paused for a moment before continuing. My sister is called Yun Jieshue, and she's a third-generation disciple of the Dao Palace. My brother's name is Shen Lang. He's also a third-generation disciple. Shening thought. Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, Yun Jieshue and Shen Lang walked down. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Yun Jieshue. Yun Jieshue was wearing a long dress that covered her 9 snow-white foxtails. She was tall, slim, and had a beautiful face. Her eyes were alluring, and she was definitely a top-grade beauty. Compared to Yun Jie, who was just as alluring, Yun Jieshue had a mature aura about her. Because of this, she was even more charming. Shen Lang, on the other hand, was an extremely handsome man. Why have the two of you come? Shen Lang looked at his sister, Shen Yingxin, and then at Yun Jie. This is our friend, Lin Feng. We want to take him to see the Xiantian experts. Brother, Sister Jie, please take us in, Shen Yingxin said. Shen Lang nodded. Shen Lang's expression darkened as he said, Nonsense! This isn't a place for you to play around. You can bring your friends anywhere you want to play, but not here. Hurry up and leave. Yun Jie looked at her big sister. Yun Jieshue grabbed her arm and said, Good big sister, please help us out. Yun Jieshue said, Little girl, this isn't a place you can enter as you wish. If you want to see a Xiantian life form, you have to ask the 4 ancestors. Do you think we would dare to disturb their cultivation? Yun Jie's face scrunched up. At that moment, an old voice said, It's a pleasure to have a friend come from afar. Since you're here, please come up for a chat. As the old voice finished speaking, a mysterious void gate condensed and floated in the air. It's the heavenly law ancestor. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. Although the heavenly law ancestor hadn't shown himself, Shen Lang, Yun Jie, Shen Yingxin, and the guards didn't dare show any disrespect. They hurriedly bowed. Lin Feng smiled and stepped into the void gate, disappearing without a trace. Soon after, the void gate in the air disappeared as well. Once the void gate disappeared, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Shen Lang asked anxiously. Ingsen, who was that friend of yours just now? Why is the patriarch so courteous to him? Yun Jie asked. He can't be an expert on the same level as the ancestor, right? That can't be right. He's so young, so how could he be on the same level as the ancestor? Jie, where did you meet this friend of yours? The two girls realized that they didn't know much about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Just when they thought that they had some understanding of Lin Feng, they realized that their understanding of Lin Feng was only the tip of the iceberg. Yun Jie said, "He's our friend, and he doesn't like outsiders knowing about his matters. Don't ask." Shun Ingsen added, "Don't talk about what happened today. It won't be good if you make him unhappy." "Yes, of course." The group of guards hurriedly replied. As guards of the Dao Palace, they naturally knew how to conduct themselves. They also knew what they could say and what they couldn't. If they said the wrong thing, it could very well lead to their deaths. It's your fortune to have a friend like him. We won't ask any more questions. You have to grasp the right way to get along with him. Yun Jie and Shun Lang spoke meaningfully. They could tell that Yun Jie and Shun Ingsen seemed to have fallen in love with Lin Feng. Yun Jie and Shun Ingsen understood the meaning behind Yun Jie and Shun Lang's words, and they couldn't help but blush slightly. At that moment, Lin Feng passed through the void gate and arrived in a hall. The hall was around 100 square meters in size, and it was very spacious inside. There were no decorations, for old men sat cross-legged in the hall. They were most likely the 4 ancestors who guarded the Dao Palace. When Lin Feng entered, the 4 ancestors opened their eyes at the same time. Chapter 1402. These 4 old men were obviously the 4 patriarchs of the Dao Temple. Lin Feng, Tian Fa, Tian Fa, Tian Yu, Tian Zong. Nice to meet you. After the introductions, both sides cupped their fists. Tian Fa asked, "Where did you come from, fellow Daoist?" Lin Feng replied, "I came from a faraway place. I heard that there was a Xiantian life form's corpse in the Dao Temple. I was shocked, so I came to take a look. I don't know if I'll have the chance." Tian Fa said, "Fellow Daoist, you're too polite. Since you want to see a Xiantian life form's corpse, there's no problem." Lin Feng laughed and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. As a token of my gratitude, I've prepared some gifts for you." Lin Feng waved his hand, and 4 rivers of top-grade spirit stones flew out. Each river was made up of 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. These are cultivation spirit stones. The 4 great ancestors were shocked. Their aged eyes looked at the 4 rivers formed by the top-grade spirit stones, and their eyes shone with dazzling brilliance. The 4 patriarchs were infinitely close to the deity realm. However, even at their level, cultivation resources were still very scarce. Now that they saw the 4 rivers of top-grade spirit stones, they felt their hearts tremble. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, fellow Taoists." Lin Feng said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, you're too polite." The 4 patriarchs were all grinning from ear to ear as they hurriedly collected the 4 rivers of supreme-grade spirit stones. "Fellow Taoist Lin, please follow us." After the 4 ancestors received the supreme-grade spirit stones, they worked together to open a void gate and took the lead to enter the void gate. After him, Lin Feng also entered the empty space gate. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in a palace covered in restrictions. "Fellow Taoist, look, that's the corpse of a Xiantian life form." The patriarch pointed to the center of the palace. Lin Feng looked over and discovered that it was actually a stone statue. However, the stone statue was very strange. It looked like a monk lying on a rock with his right hand supporting his head and sleeping. This is the stone tribe? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. He had seen some stone tribe members before, and they were all abnormally strong. As for the stone clan, they were born after the creation of the world and were not sentient life forms. If he was a member of the stone clan, and an innate spirit at that, he would be unimaginably terrifying. The sentient life forms of the stone clan were definitely the most powerful group of sentient life forms. The Tianzong old ancestor said, "He's not from the stone clan, but a Buddha." Before he died, he laid down on a rock, and after the passage of time, he became a stone Buddha. An innate Buddha? Lin Feng was shocked. Buddhism was mysterious and unpredictable. Even Lin Feng knew very little about Buddhism. However, Buddhism's divine abilities were rather strange. The great purification art could convert people into slaves, which showed how powerful this divine ability was. However, the most terrifying divine ability of Buddhism wasn't the great purification art, but two other divine abilities. The great karma art ranked third among the 3,000 great Taoists. The great karma art ranked second among the 3,000 great Taoists. Everything in the world had a cause and effect. For example, killing one's father and taking revenge for his son was karma. The union of a man and a woman gave birth to a child was karma. Cultivating diligently and increasing one's cultivation was karma. Eating one's fill and not being hungry, waking one's sleep was karma. Karma was even more mysterious than karma. Everyone had their own destiny. Everything was preordained by the heavens. This was karma. A person's birth, aging, sickness, and death, blooming and withering were all predestined long ago. This was the so-called fate. Whether it was karma or karma, they were both unimaginably powerful Taoists. The Tao of karma and the Tao of karma were the two supreme Taoists of Buddhism. Lin Feng initially thought that Buddhism had originated after Nu Wa had created the 10,000 worlds. The great Tao of the earth and sky had gradually evolved, and Buddhism had come into being at that time. But now it seemed like that wasn't the case. Forefather Heavenly Law said, there were ancient Buddhas before there was religion. The history of Buddhism is much longer than that of Buddhism. Lin Feng nodded. This was easy to understand. Normally, sects were created after the teachings were formed. Buddhism's teachings were also gradually perfected over countless years. Later on, a senior monk founded Buddhism. Forefather Heavenly Law said, Taoist Lin, have you heard of the 3,000 great Taoists? Lin Feng nodded. Of course. Legend has it that the 3,000 great Taoists evolved from the heavenly Tao. Forefather Heavenly Law said, before the creation of the world, there was no sky or earth, but there were innate life forms. These innate life forms were born before the world and were above the heavenly Tao. Even the so-called heavenly Tao was evolved from these innate life forms. Lin Feng's heart trembled. If the heavenly Tao was evolved from innate life forms, then how strong were they? But thinking about it carefully, Forefather Heavenly Law's words made sense. Pangu created the world. Nuwa created all living beings. There were too many myths and legends that spoke of how terrifying innate life forms were. What was so strange about the heavenly Tao being evolved from them? Legend had it that the 3,000 great Taoists evolved from the heavenly Tao. Since the heavenly Tao was evolved from innate life forms, then many innate life forms might have mastered the 3,000 great Taoists. However, the 3,000 great Taoists were gradually lost. Lin Feng asked, why did these innate life forms start a war? It's an eternal mystery. No one knows why these innate life forms started a war. Pangu, Nuwa, Fuxi, Zhurong, Ancestral True Dragon, Ancestral Phoenix, Supreme, Guangyuan, all these powerful innate life forms fell in that war. After the war, there were no more innate life forms in the world. Forefather Heavenly Law explained. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It seems that something must have happened in the past. Otherwise, these innate life forms wouldn't have killed each other. However, it seems that the reason is no longer known to future generations." Lin Feng looked at the reclining Buddha and asked, "For Taoists, have you discovered anything profound about this reclining Buddha?" Forefather Heavenly Law smiled and said, "You'll have to comprehend it yourself, Taoist Lin. We won't disturb you any further. Please stay here and comprehend the Tao." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Please inform Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin, who are waiting for me outside, to leave." "Don't worry, Taoist Lin. We'll inform them." The four forefathers nodded and left. Only Lin Feng and the reclining Buddha were left in the hall. Chapter 14:03. The reclining Buddha did not emit any aura. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a statue. Perhaps it was hard to believe that this was the incarnation of a connate life form. Lin Feng did not doubt it. The Taoist temple would never store a statue so carefully. Lin Feng walked up to the reclining Buddha and carefully observed it. This should be an old Buddha with a benevolent countenance, giving off a feeling of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Ancient Buddhas came before religion. I wonder if the teachings of Buddhism are related to this connate Buddha. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Lin Feng was surprised. He saw something special. There were a few broken runes between the reclining Buddha's eyebrows. The forehead is connected to the purple palace, which is the entrance to a cultivator's mind. Therefore, the forehead is extremely important to a cultivator. Why are there broken runes between the reclining Buddha's eyebrows? Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. If those talismans hadn't been broken, Lin Feng wouldn't have found it strange. But now, these runes were broken. The fact that there were broken runes at this location meant that something was wrong. For example, could the fall of this connate Buddha be related to the broken runes? After thinking about it carefully, he did not rule out this possibility. However, all of this was just Lin Feng's speculation. What these broken runes represented was already a mystery. With the fall of the connate Buddha, it was buried by history. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out the 9-colored illusory stones. Lin Feng held a 9-colored illusory stone in each hand. Soon, Lin Feng entered a state of enlightenment. He hoped that he could gain some enlightenment here. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he could vaguely sense a special qi enveloping him. It was the aura of Tao. Reclining Buddha, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He carefully sensed it. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to see a blurry world appear before him. Clouds swirled around. The clouds parted to reveal the bright moon. But the crux of the matter was that Lin Feng's efforts and attempts were always in vain. Lin Feng opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He could not help but mutter, "The Tao here has a special power that prevents people from comprehending its mysteries." He stood up and paced around the sleeping Buddha. After that, Lin Feng faced the reclining Buddha and sat down again. This time, Lin Feng began to use the Great Purification Technique. This was a supreme ability passed down from Buddhism. Using the Great Purification art might be helpful in comprehending the Tao here. Gradually, Lin Feng saw the hazy world again. He felt as if there were countless Taoists behind that hazy world. However, whether or not one could comprehend those Taoists depended on one's own luck. The great Tao aura of the Great Purification Technique flowed like a bright lamp. In the dark night, it illuminated a path for him to move forward. Although this road looked very narrow, Lin Feng walked forward unwaveringly. Finally, he passed through the hazy world. Endless golden Light chased away the darkness. The golden light was so dazzling that Lin Feng found it difficult to open his eyes. Immediately after, an ancient and majestic voice sounded. First came the Buddhas, then came the teachings. First came the immortals, then came the heavens. That voice was like an ancient existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship the mysterious existence in the golden light. Lin Feng suppressed the urge to kneel. He carefully savored that sentence. The word immortal moved him greatly. Immortal. It was ethereal. Lin Feng had heard of the legends of immortals. They were existences that surpassed the great emperors and perhaps even the heavenly Tao. This was because it was said that the great emperors were on par with the heavenly Tao. However, the legends of immortals seemed to be just rumors. The ancient great emperors all wanted to become immortals. But did anyone really become immortals? Perhaps everything was just a rumor. Who in the world could become immortals? This sentence described the sorrow of the ancient great emperors. They stood at the peak and watched their loved ones pass away. In their long lives, they tasted the loneliness of life, becoming immortals through cultivation. Perhaps it was their only hope, but all hope seemed to be fleeting and ephemeral. In many myths and legends, there were stories about the great emperors becoming immortals. However, after some research, one would know that those rumors were not true. But now, Lin Feng had an epiphany of the Tao left behind by the reclining Buddha. This was the will of the reclining Buddha. First came the immortals, then came the heavens. What did this mean? Could it be that immortals referred to the connate life forms? Those powerful connate life forms were immortals? The connate life forms realm. It was the great emperors who spent their lives trying to break through. But they could not break through the realm? After thinking of this, Lin Feng found it difficult to calm down. You need to kowtow 3 times before the Buddha. Suddenly, the ancient voice came from the golden light again. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye and immediately saw an ancient Buddha sitting cross-legged in the golden light. That Buddha, it seemed to have transcended heaven and earth, eternal and everlasting. Kowtow before the Buddha. The past is gone. Suddenly, the old Buddha spoke. This is my opportunity. Lin Feng was shocked. He prayed sincerely. May I gain something? Lin Feng kowtowed to the ancient Buddha. Kowtow twice before the Buddha. The path of this life is in front of you. The voice came again. Lin Feng muttered, kowtow twice before the Buddha. Why does it sound so ominous? The path of this life is in front of you. Does it mean that cultivation is difficult, like a hero at the end of his road? However, Lin Feng braced himself and kowtowed again. Kowtow 3 times before the Buddha. The cycle of karma is hidden in the heart. When the third voice was heard, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. Lin Feng kowtowed 3 times to the golden Buddha. Boom! After the 3 kowtows, a golden light shot out. Then, it poured into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He fell into a mysterious state of enlightenment. In this mysterious state of enlightenment, Lin Feng sensed all kinds of things in the world. What kind of cause? What kind of fruit? This was karma. There were billions of living beings in the world. Between heaven and earth, all things were intelligent. There was cause and effect, and there was an end. Lin Feng was immersed in the mysterious state of enlightenment. He sat cross-legged, solemn and dignified. The sound of the great path lingered around him. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the great path poured into Lin Feng's mind. It was as if a beast had been enlightened. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were twinkling with a mysterious and unfathomable light. The karma of all the worlds is in my mind. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and the power of karma lingered between his fingers. This was the third of the 3,000 great paths, the great karma technique, the power of karma condensed. Chapter 1404. I never thought that I would have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Even now, he still found it hard to believe that this was real. 3 kowtows in front of Buddha. He had actually obtained the cultivation method of the great karma technique. This was the third-ranked great Tao of the 3,000 great Tao. Who could resist the karma of all the worlds? Every living being that lived in this world had their own karma. Once I successfully cultivate the mysterious great karma technique, how powerful will it be? Lin Feng took a deep breath and could not help but ponder. He had only scratched the surface of the technique. To put it bluntly, he could not even be considered a beginner. But even though Lin Feng had only scratched the surface, he could sense how terrifying the great karma technique was. He believed that with his talent, he would be able to cultivate the great karma technique very quickly. At that time, the many wonders of the great karma technique would begin to be revealed. It would definitely be terrifying and heaven-defying. Lin Feng left the main hall and returned to the hall where the Heavenly Law Patriarch and the others were cultivating. It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has comprehended something. The Heavenly Law Patriarch, Heavenly Law Patriarch, Heavenly Region Patriarch, and Heavenly Sect Patriarch all looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng said, I have indeed comprehended something. I have to thank the 4 of you for providing me with such a place to comprehend the Tao. It just so happens that I have some things that I can't use. I'll give them to you to express my gratitude. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 4 treasures flew out. Quasi-divine artifacts. The 4 patriarchs all stood up, their faces full of shock. These were quasi-divine artifacts, treasures that none of them had, and now Lin Feng was giving them to them so casually. This caused their hearts to tremble. We've already accepted fellow Taoist Lin's 40 million cultivation spirit stones. How can we accept fellow Taoist Lin's things? If that's the case, wouldn't we be too greedy? Fellow Taoist Lin, please take them back. The 4 patriarchs said in unison. Their eyes were fixed on the 4 quasi-divine artifacts. Obviously, they did not mean what they said. If they had to choose between the 4 quasi-divine artifacts and 40 million spirit stones, the 4 of them would not hesitate to choose the 4 quasi-divine artifacts. Lin Feng smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, we feel like old friends at first sight. Although we haven't known each other for long, I feel that we have become good friends. You feel the same? Ha, fellow Taoist Lin, you've hit the nail on the head. The Heavenly Law Ancestor said with a smile. Lin Feng was young. What an unfathomable cultivation. Endless wealth. The 4 great ancestors of the Taoist temple wanted to make friends with someone like that. Lin Feng smiled and said, Since we are close friends, it's normal for friends to give each other some gadgets, right? Unless the 4 of you don't consider me, Lin Feng, a friend. Old ancestor Tian Zhe hurriedly said, How can we not treat Tao friend Lin as a friend? If that's the case, we'll take these 4 quasi-divine artifacts. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, and we'll do it for you. Ha! You're too courteous, fellow Taoists. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. He stayed in the Taoist temple for 3 more days. During these 3 days, Lin Feng and the 4 great ancestors exchanged Taoist techniques, benefiting each other greatly. The 4 great ancestors personally sent Lin Feng off. Their appearance caused a huge commotion. What shocked countless people the most was that the 4 ancestors had personally sent off a young man. That was too inconceivable. While everybody was talking about that, Lin Feng was walking towards Shui Shibiayuan. just 4 quasi-divine artifacts, were enough to form a deep friendship with the 4 ancestors of the Taoist temple. This transaction was worth it. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Lin Feng had dozens of quasi-divine artifacts. To him, for quasi-divine artifacts weren't even worth mentioning. But to the 4 ancestors, they were priceless treasures. The 4 ancestors didn't just represent the Taoist temple in Blackstone City. The Taoist temple was equivalent to the martial soul hall in the martial heaven continent. It was a neutral power. However, this neutral power was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Feng knew that after arriving in a new world, many unexpected things could happen in the future. At that time, he should make friends with the experts of this world. Perhaps one day in the future, these powerhouses would be of great help to him. For example, the 4 ancestors of the Taoist temple. If he needed their help in the future, the 4 ancestors of the Taoist temple would definitely help him. Most importantly, the 4 ancestors had the backing of all the Taoist temples in the exiled world, including the main Taoist temple. The strong cultivators behind the 4 ancestors of the Tao temple could become Lin Feng's connections in the future. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to return to Snow Creek Villa. Lin Gongzi, hurry up and leave this place. There's a devil king waiting for you in the depths. If that devil king stops you, you'll be in trouble. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at Snow Creek Villa, the guard captain ran over. Devil king? What devil incarnate? Asked Lin Feng. It's the Chu clan's Chu Tianba. This person is crazy, but his cultivation is extremely terrifying. He was born with divine strength, and his physical body can kill a true dragon. His magic power is monstrous. He heard that Chu Zifei had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Gongzi, so he came to block Lin Gongzi and hasn't left since. Said the guard captain, that Lin Feng is back. Someone in the distance saw Lin Feng. It seemed to be the Chu clan cultivator in charge of keeping watch. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the villa. More than 30 people flew over. The leader was a man who was 3 meters tall and looked like a giant bear. That huge body gave people a strong visual impact. This was the Chu Tianba that the guard captain had mentioned. Seeing that Chu Tianba and the others were flying over, the guard captain's expression changed. He said, Lin Gongzi, you must hold on. I'll send someone to invite Miss Yunjie and Miss Shen Yingsen to save you. From the guard captain's point of view, Lin Feng was definitely not Chu Tianba's match. With Chu Tianba's temperament, he could easily kill Chu Tianba. He could even kill Lin Feng. Chu Tianba had torn a person in half more than once. Thus, in Blackrock City, everyone's expression changed when they talked about Chu Tianba. The guard captain quickly ran to the entrance of the villa and called for a subordinate. He gave a few instructions, and the subordinate quickly left. It was obvious that the subordinate had gone to invite Yunjie and Shen Yingsen. At this time, Chu Tianba and the other 30 people flew over and surrounded Lin Feng. In addition to Chu Tianba, there was also a middle-aged cultivator with a gentle appearance. His cultivation was also very tyrannical. Lin Feng saw Nalin Si and Chu Zifei in the crowd, so he guessed that the gentle middle-aged man should be an expert from the Heavenly Star sect. After seeing Lin Feng, Nalin Si and Chu Zifei's eyes flashed with a sinister expression. The two glared at Lin Feng and coldly shouted, Brat, do you want to live? If you want to live, kneel down and beg for mercy now. Chapter 14:05. In Lin Feng's eyes, Nalin Si and Chu Zifei were just small fries. Now that they had someone backing them up, they were emboldened and became bolder. Many people living in the villa heard the commotion and rushed over from all directions. When they saw Lin Feng being surrounded by the experts from the Chu clan and the Heavenly Star sect, they looked at Lin Feng with pity. Many people had seen how Lin Feng had pressured Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei. It was obvious that Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary. He could be considered a top expert among the younger generation. However, Lin Feng wasn't facing a young cultivator. Instead, he was facing the demon king Chu Tianba, a person whose name caused everyone's expression to change. The middle-aged scholar from the Heavenly Star sect was called Nailan Ci. His cultivation could be described as unfathomable. How could a young man like Lin Feng be a match for such an expert? Thus, it could be said that everyone was looking down on Lin Feng. Back then, Yun Jie and Shin Yingxin pleaded for mercy on your behalf, and I let you two go. Yet you two pieces of trash actually dared to jump out again. Do you really want to die? If that's the case, I don't mind crushing you two pieces of trash like bugs. Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and looked at the two indifferently. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Did this brat know what he was saying? Even the experts from the Heavenly Star sect and the Chu clan were stunned. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be surrounded by so many strong cultivators and still dare to act so arrogantly. Isn't that brat too arrogant? He's still so arrogant when surrounded by so many experts. He's really bold. I think that brat has a very deep background. He doesn't even know that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Why doesn't he know how to endure? Now that he's completely offended the Chu clan and the Heavenly Star sect, I think that brat is going to be unlucky. Many people started to talk about it. Ha ha ha, brat, you're too arrogant. You're even more arrogant than me. Chu Tianba laughed out loud as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Who do you think you are? You're nothing in my eyes. How dare you compare yourself to me? Don't flatter yourself. I think you should find a place to play with mud. Lin Feng looked at Chu Tianba and pursed his lips. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Previously, Lin Feng was so arrogant, but Lin Feng was targeting the two young cultivators, Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei. Although he was a bit arrogant, Lin Feng did indeed have the ability to deal with Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei. But now, Lin Feng was targeting Chu Tianba. He actually looked down on Chu Tianba and even dared to mock him. Nailan once said, "Brat, don't think you can be so arrogant in Blackstone City just because you have some power behind you. The consequences aren't something you can bear." Lin Feng sneered. I've always followed the principle of not offending people if they don't offend me. It was Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei who came to cause trouble for me. Why can't I fight back? What kind of logic is that? Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and continued, Besides, I'm a humble and modest person. I'm not arrogant and despotic. Therefore, don't try to slander me by saying that I'm arrogant. Many people rolled their eyes. If that wasn't arrogance, then what was arrogance? Chu Tianba shouted, Brat, you're not only arrogant, but also shameless. Today, I'll slap you to death so that you won't be able to continue being arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianba took a step forward. Rumble, rumble. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Chu Tianba is about to make his move. Miss Jie and Missing Xian haven't arrived yet. Could it be that Lin Gongzi is finished? The guard captain's expression changed when he saw this scene. Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Nobody believed that Lin Feng could compete with Chu Tianba, the demon king of reincarnation. Boom! Chu Tianba raised his huge right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. However, what happened next made everyone unable to believe their eyes. Lin Feng also attacked and threw a punch at the demon king of chaos, Chu Tianba. Bang! Chu Tianba was directly sent flying. With a thump, Chu Tianba's huge body fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. How is this possible? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. That was Chu Tianba, apart from ancestor-level experts. No one was a match for Chu Tianba. But now, Chu Tianba was sent flying by a young cultivator with a single slap. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Lin Feng looked at Chu Tianba with a smile. Didn't I tell you to go play in the mud? Why aren't you going? Many people were speechless. Wasn't this kid too good at insulting people? Telling a top expert like Chu Tianba to play in the mud? Did he think Chu Tianba was an idiot? Kid, you've got some skill. You've aroused my fighting spirit. Chu Tianba shouted excitedly, his body emitting crackling sounds. Then his body began to grow rapidly. When Chu Tianba was young, it was said that he unintentionally swallowed the blood of the ancient giants. His blood gradually turned into the giant's blood, so his body is incomparably strong. Moreover, Chu Tianba has mastered the transformation technique of the giant bloodline. Once he uses it, his body will quickly grow and his cultivation will increase by several times. After seeing Chu Tianba transform, a cultivator whispered, "Grow his body. Isn't that the ability of the giant bloodline? Even if a real ancient giant came, I could send him flying with a single slap, let alone a fake like you." Lin Feng curled his lips. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, everyone was shocked. At this moment, they suddenly felt that it wasn't arrogance. It was a kind of dominance that flowed from his bones. Acting pretentious without strength or relying on your family background to act pretentiously, that was what was called arrogance. Wasn't it normal for a terrifying figure like Lin Feng to look down on Chu Tianba? At this moment, Chu Tianba had completed his transformation. After transforming, Chu Tianba was 20 meters tall, and his strength was boundless. He could even kill a true dragon. Everyone looked excitedly at Lin Feng and Chu Tianba. Everyone was guessing whether Lin Feng was stronger or Chu Tianba after transforming. "Brat, eat my fist," Chu Tianba roared, his huge body rushing over. That powerful punch came crashing down. "Get lost!" Lin Feng sent out another slap. After transforming, Chu Tianba's cultivation increased explosively. But in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Chu Tianba was sent flying again by Lin Feng's slap. His transformation state was instantly interrupted, and his body returned to its original state. With a plop, Chu Tianba fell to the ground again. Before he could even get up from the ground, Lin Feng stepped forwards and put his foot on Chu Tianba's chest. "You dare to cause trouble for your grandfather with this level of skill? Stupid kid, go play in the mud." Lin Feng raised his right foot, kicking at Chu Tianba. Bang! Everyone saw that Chu Tianba's huge body was sent flying dozens of miles by Lin Feng, disappearing into the horizon. No one knew where he was kicked to. Chapter 1406. Tai Li is in trouble. This Lin Gongzi is too strong. The guard captain shouted in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chu Tianba, the demon king of chaos. How strong was he? But in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, a question arose in everyone's hearts. What was this young master's cultivation level? Was he a quasi-god? Naturally, no one thought that Lin Feng had reached the god realm. After all, Lin Feng was too young, a god realm expert in his 20s. Who would believe it? However, a quasi-god realm expert in his 20s was also unbelievable, but they could still accept it. It was said that a certain domain Lord broke through to the quasi-god realm at the age of 29. At the age of 315, he broke through to the god realm. Since someone had already done it, Lin Feng was able to break through to the quasi-god realm at such a young age. Although it wasn't shocking, it was still acceptable. Thump, thump. Nayland Ci and Chu Zifei were completely scared silly. They had never seen such a powerful person before. They looked at Lin Feng with fear and directly knelt on the ground. Lin Gongzi, we were wrong. We will kowtow to you and apologize. Nayland Ci and Chu Zifei began to kowtow to the ground. When the difference in strength was too great, all jealousy and hatred would disappear and be replaced by deep fear. Nayland Ci and Chu Zifei were like this now. They were almost scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. They didn't even care about their dignity. When they kowtowed, each kowtowed louder than the other. Lin Gongzi, today's matter, young master can deal with it without frowning. Nayland Ci said with a pale face. When he saw how Lin Feng crushed Chu Tianba, Nayland Ci couldn't muster up any courage to fight with Lin Feng. Nayland Ci knew how terrifying Chu Tianba was, although Chu Tianba had yet to reach the quasi-god realm. After activating his giant bloodline, his battle prowess soared. A quasi-god defeating Chu Tianba was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Chu Tianba's strongest state couldn't withstand Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng said, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Fellow Taoist Nayland, you don't have to blame yourself too much. No discord, no concord? Nayland May didn't expect Lin Feng to say that. He thought that Lin Feng would deal with them. However, Lin Feng did not do so. Moreover, when Nayland you heard Lin Feng calling him Dao Friend Nayland, he was very excited. Nayland Ji was the third son of the Heavenly Star sect master. In Blackrock City, he was also a big shot. He stomped his foot. Blackrock City trembled. However, Nayland May was like a junior in front of Lin Feng, respectful and reverent. Said Lin Feng, clapping Nayland May's shoulder. Cultivators love to fight. It's normal to have small conflicts. Besides, it's not a big deal. I don't want to get involved with two young people, said Lin Feng, tapping Nayland May's shoulder. Lin Feng looked at Nayland Ci and Chu Zifei and said, all right, you guys don't have to continue kowtowing. In the future, cultivate well, keep a low profile, and do things in a high-profile manner. Don't bully the weak. Yes, we will remember, the two hurriedly said. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't bother with them, they finally let out a sigh of relief, as if they had been pardoned. Not only is this Lin Gongzi powerful, he is also broad-minded. It is hard to imagine that such a young and powerful person could have such a broad mind. Today, I am so impressed by this Lin Gongzi. Yeah, this kind of person is obviously someone who will do great things. I think this Lin Gongzi will definitely soar into the sky soon. Perhaps this great world of exile that has been peaceful for countless years will undergo some major changes because of Lin Gongzi. I wonder if this Lin Gongzi has recruited subordinates. If they rely on someone like Lin Gongzi, they will also soar in the future. Seeing that Lin Feng was actually such a broad-minded person, many people immediately started to discuss. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with incomparable admiration. There were so many experts in the world. However, there were very few people who could truly make a name for themselves. This was because many cultivators were self-centered. This was especially true for powerful cultivators. Life and death were taken with a single thought. But everyone saw something different from Lin Feng, because Lin Feng was kind-hearted. The ancient holy emperor had educated tens of thousands of people. which one of them was not a kind-hearted ruler. Only a kind-hearted ruler would be able to obtain everyone's support. Only by following a kind-hearted ruler would one be able to have a bright future. Many people vaguely saw the shadow of the ancient Holy Emperor on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's temperament was not developed in a day or two. On the Sky Martial Continent, Lin Feng was one of the leaders who resisted the invasion of the heavenly demons. Seeing so many people die tragically, his heart was filled with grief. Fighting against the heavenly demons. Not only was he fighting for himself, but he was also fighting for his family, friends, lovers, and subordinates. Lin Feng was also fighting for the sake of the common people of the world, who could watch hundreds of millions of people die miserably and remain indifferent, who could watch hundreds of millions of people being slaughtered and have a heart of stone. Therefore, Lin Feng had a special kind of charm. Many people couldn't help but be convinced by this charm. This was the charm that Lin Feng cultivated when he was the leader of the 10 million cultivator army on the Sky Martial Continent, and people like Nalen Ci and Chu Zifei were just small figures in Lin Feng's eyes. If he could establish his image by forgiving them, Lin Feng was naturally happy to see it. Lin Feng was not a person who was willing to be ordinary. If he wanted to have the right to speak in this world, not only did he need to have strength, he also needed to have enough power in his hands. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, because Lin Feng knew that his reputation would be spread by these people. In the future, when he recruited troops and bought horses, he would not have to worry about not having people to join him. "I'm back again." In the distance, Chu Tianba shouted as he flew over, his voice like thunder. When the experts of the Chu family and the Sky Star sect saw Chu Tianba return, their expressions changed slightly. They were worried that Chu Tianba would attack Lin Feng again. If he angered Lin Feng, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. Who would have thought that after flying over, Chu Tianba would kneel in front of Lin Feng and shout, "Master, this disciple will kowtow to you." Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianba kowtowed 9 times to Lin Feng. Many people were stunned on the spot. Clearly, no one expected Chu Tianba to do this. No one was able to react in time. At this time, Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin, who had received the news, quickly rushed over. Although they knew that Lin Feng was strong, they also knew Chu Tianba's cultivation. Thus, they were still very worried about Lin Feng's safety. After all, Chu Tianba was too terrifying, causing many ancestors to have a headache. However, when Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin arrived at Snow Creek Courtyard, they saw Chu Tianba kneeling on the ground and kowtowing 9 times to Lin Feng. What's going on? Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin couldn't help but look at each other. Chu Tianba, this devil incarnate, had personally come to cause trouble for Lin Feng. Why was he kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Lin Feng? Chapter 1407. Miss Jie, Miss Yingxin. When the guard saw Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin, he quickly bowed to them. Shen Yingxin asked, "Guard Captain Sun, what's going on? Why is Chu Tianba kowtowing to Lin Gongzi 9 times? The guard smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Yingxin, that Lin Gongzi is too strong. He defeated Chu Tianba with a single palm strike. Chu Tianba seems to want to take Lin Gongzi as his master." "Ah, Lin Gongzi is that strong?" Yun Jie and Shen Yingxin were both shocked. They knew that Lin Feng was strong, but they never expected him to be so strong. They never thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Even Chu Tianba had been defeated with a single move. Wasn't his cultivation a little too terrifying? When he saw Chu Tianba kowtow 9 times, Lin Feng was speechless. Who said I wanted to take you as my disciple? Hurry up and get up. I'm not interested in taking disciples. Master, please take me in. If you don't, I'll kneel for a long time. Chu Tianba hugged Lin Feng's right leg and refused to let him go. Damn it! How shameless can you be? Two men pulling each other in broad daylight. It'll cause a misunderstanding if someone sees you. Let go of me, Lin Feng shouted. If you don't take me in as your disciple, I won't let go. Master, please take me in. If you take a fancy to a beautiful girl, I'll snatch her for you. If you take a fancy to a treasure, I'll snatch it for you. If you— Stop. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Feng was speechless. He hastily interrupted Chu Tianba. Master, do you agree to take me in as your disciple? Chu Tianba looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine when he saw a 3-meter-tall man with a body bigger than a bear make such an expression. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had goosebumps. Many people who were watching the battle had goosebumps all over their bodies. When he saw that Lin Feng was still unmoved, Chu Tianba rolled his eyes and shouted, Master, if you don't take me in, I'll kill myself right here. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, Hurry up and kill yourself. Out of sight, out of mind. Chu Tianba said, Master, if I kill myself, who's going to show respect to you? Lin Feng. The onlookers, Chu Tianba continued to call out, Master, your body is precious, handsome, and elegant. Who knows if there are many beautiful girls who like you? And who knows if there will be idiots like Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei who will come looking for trouble because their girls were stolen. What kind of status do you have? Of course you can't fight with these idiots. Just leave them to your disciples in the future. Nailan Ci and Chu Zifei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They had been shot without even doing anything. However, they didn't dare to refute Chu Tianba. Lin Feng suddenly realized that Chu Tianba didn't seem like a simple-minded guy. This guy was definitely a black-bellied guy. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. Chu Tianba's cultivation was strong, and his background was extraordinary. The power behind him was also very complicated. Taking in a disciple like him didn't seem to be a bad thing. In the future, if there was anything inconvenient for him to do, he could just leave it to Chu Tianba. Since you're sincere, I'll accept you as my disciple. However, I have strict conditions for accepting disciples. You must swear loyalty to me and never betray me, said Lin Feng calmly. Lin Feng said. Chu Tianba was overjoyed. He immediately pointed to the sky and swore, I, Chu Tianba, will definitely show respect to Master in the future. If I dare to do anything to betray Master, I'll die a horrible death. Lin Feng couldn't be blamed for being careful. Taking in a disciple was a big deal. If he took in an ingrate, it would be tragic. Then he wouldn't even know how he died. However, Chu Tianba was bound by the oath. If he dared to betray Master, he would be punished by the heavens and die a horrible death. So Lin Feng was able to relax. Lin Feng patted Chu Tianba and said, Since you've taken me as your master, I should give you a gift. When Lin Feng finished talking, he raised his right hand. A river of top-grade spirit stones flew out. 10 million top-grade spirit stones gathered together, emitting a shocking wave of energy. Those are precious cultivation spirit stones. How many spirit stones is this river of spirit stones? Many people roared in shock. The exiled world's resources were too scarce, so 10 million top-grade spirit stones was an astronomical number for many people. After the long river of spirit stones flew out, a magic treasure flew out. This was a huge axe magic treasure, and it emitted waves of destructive fluctuations. Heavens, it's a quasi-divine weapon. Is this also a reward for Chu Tianba? Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. He casually threw out 10 million top-grade spirit stones, a quasi-divine weapon. Wasn't this young master a little too rich? How much wealth did he have? Soon, a third treasure flew out. It was a mysterious ancient book that emitted the chi of the Tao. It recorded the celestial demon body refinement art passed down by the celestial demon emperor. The celestial demon body refinement art was obtained by killing the vast domain demon emperor. Lin Feng couldn't use it, but Chu Tianba could. Lin Feng looked at Chu Tianba and said, "Tianba, these 10 million top-grade spirit stones, this quasi-divine weapon, and the celestial demon body refinement art are all gifts from your master. You must cultivate well in the future. Don't take them with you." The celestial demon body refinement art is rumored to be second only to the archaic dragon-esque elephant art. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Tianba's body was already very strong. If he cultivated the celestial demon body refinement art, wouldn't his body surpass gods and demons of the same level? Thinking of this, many people looked at Chu Tianba with jealousy. "Master, your disciple loves you to death." After Chu Tianba received the gifts from Lin Feng, he was so excited that he wanted to hug Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng kicked Chu Tianba dozens of meters away and scolded him, "If you don't want your master to punish you in the future, you'd better behave yourself." "Yes, master, your disciple will remember," Chu Tianba said respectfully. Lin Feng walked back to his residence. "Everyone disperse." Chu Tianba waved his hand and followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned to his residence. Yun Jie and Shun Yingxin also walked towards Lin Feng's residence. The surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed. However, they were still discussing what they had seen. They admired Lin Feng's strength and character, but they were also shocked by Lin Feng's wealth. Now, everyone was trying to guess who Lin Feng was. He was so young, but he was like a young god who had suddenly descended to the world. Chapter 14:08. All right, you can go back for now. If anything happens, I'll send someone to look for you. Lin Feng waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave. Chu Tianba didn't dare go against Lin Feng's wishes, so he bowed to Lin Feng and left. Before long, Yun Jie and Shun Yingxin came in. "When did you come out?" Shun Yingxin asked. "Not long after I came out. When I came back, I ran into Chu Tianba and the others." Lin Feng smiled. That night, Lin Feng went out with Yun Jie and Shun Yingxin to eat some of Blackrock City's special delicacies. When he came back, Lin Feng took off his clothes and jumped into the hot spring. Drinking fine wine while soaking in the hot spring could be said to be a great enjoyment. After soaking in the hot spring, Lin Feng changed into a clean set of clothes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the great karma technique. This heaven-defying technique of the 3,000 great Taoists had many mysterious aspects, but it wasn't easy to cultivate. The stronger the Tao, the harder it was to comprehend it. Lin Feng naturally understood this. The next day, Chu Tianba came to Lin Feng's place. "Master, the 3 great clans and the 5 great sex patriarchs would like to invite you to Blackrock Tower. Everyone wants to get to know you, so they asked me to invite you." Chu Tianba grinned. "When?" Lin Feng asked. "Tonight at 6 o'clock or tomorrow at 6 o'clock. As for the specific time, Master, you can decide." Chu Tianba said. Lin Feng said, "Then let's do it tonight." Chu Tianba nodded. "All right, I'll go back and tell the patriarchs to prepare." Lin Feng nodded. "All right, you can go." After Chu Tianba left, Lin Feng continued to cultivate. The great karma technique was indeed very difficult to cultivate. Even with Lin Feng's talent, he couldn't comprehend it for a long time. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate the 3,000 great Daos. It could be said that the 3,000 great Daos were given to other cultivators. Those cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the slightest bit of it, even if they spent their entire lives studying it. While Lin Feng was cultivating, the upper echelons of the 3 great clans and 5 great sects were also setting up the Blackstone Tower. The Black Rock restaurant was the most luxurious restaurant in Black Rock City. Now, the Black Rock restaurant had been reserved for Lin Feng. It was not without reason that the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects valued Lin Feng so much. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng was so powerful at such a young age, causing the upper echelons of the 8 great clans to be incomparably shocked. They couldn't help but be fascinated, wanting to see the peerless demeanor of this legendary figure. Secondly, Lin Feng seemed to have endless cultivation resources on him. Cultivation resources were also extremely scarce for the 8 major forces. The 8 major forces were wondering if they could exchange some cultivation resources with Lin Feng. For example, that kind of cultivation spirit stone. There were no cultivation spirit stones in the great world of exile. Therefore, after the 8 major forces knew that Lin Feng had a mysterious cultivation spirit stone, they couldn't wait to exchange some with Lin Feng. Thirdly, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to being on good terms with a heaven-defying figure like Lin Feng. Therefore, the 8 major forces discussed for a while and decided to invite Lin Feng to a banquet. The people in the Black Rock restaurant were also replaced with disciples carefully selected from the 8 major forces. Even the maids serving here were the most beautiful female disciples of the 8 major forces. For example, the female disciples of the Black Rock sect, Murong Chan, and Hong Xiao Qiao, who Lin Feng had seen before, were also selected. Xian sect also selected more than a dozen beautiful disciples. Sunny Nam was a female disciple of Xian sect. This time, in addition to Sunny Nam, Nan Man also came along. Xian sect was a sect with more male disciples. There were very few female disciples, and even fewer beautiful female disciples. Therefore, it was really difficult to choose. The elder in charge of selecting beautiful female disciples happened to be Sunny Nam's master. When Nan Man heard about this, she begged Sunny Nam to bring her along so that she could broaden her horizons. Sunny Nam couldn't persuade her sister, so she brought Nan Man to see her master. Sunny Nam's master saw that Nan Man was so beautiful and charming. She just happened to be worried about finding a beautiful female disciple. Therefore, she agreed to let Nan Maner fill in the gap. Furthermore, Nan Maner's master told Nan Qinger that if Nan Maner's performance was good, after the banquet ended, she could help Nan Maner go to the sect to make some connections. Perhaps Nan Maner could join the sect and become an outer disciple. After Sunny Nam told Nan Man about this, Nan Man was very excited. She felt that her life was about to be turned around. The 2 sisters sat in a carriage and headed to Blackstone Tower. Nan Man smiled and said, "Sister, do you know who the 3 great clans and 5 great sects are hosting?" Sunny Nam said, "It's said that it's a very amazing person, but I don't know who it is. I heard that it's a young master who can make the 8 great powers treat him so seriously. His background must be very frightening." Nan Man narrowed her eyes. Sunny Nam asked, "Where did you hear that from?" "It's that senior sister of yours called Yu Shiqian. Wasn't she chosen as well? Yu Shiqian's grandfather is an elder of the sect, so he knows a lot of things that we don't. Yu Shiqian's grandfather told her about it." Nan Man said, "No matter who it is, we just have to do our jobs well. Don't get into trouble." Sunny Nam said. Nan Man shook her head and said, "Sister, you're so stupid. You still don't understand what I'm trying to say?" Sunny Nam looked at Nan Man, suspiciously, and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Nan Manor lowered her voice and said, "Sister, do you really think that the 3 great clans and 5 great sects chose so many beautiful female disciples just to serve tea to the Blackstone Tower? Or as simple as serving a plate?" Sunny Nam frowned slightly and said, "Isn't that the case?" "Sister, it seems that you haven't had much experience in life apart from cultivation." Nan Maner curled her lips and then said with some excitement, "The big shot that we are going to entertain is a young master. Generally, young masters are all hot-blooded and vigorous, so naturally they like beautiful women. We have been selected to serve him on the side. If that young master takes a fancy to someone after the banquet is over, we will be sent to that young master's room to serve him. If we are selected, we will become phoenixes in the future. And the forces behind the selected beautiful women will also be able to get closer to that young master and establish a deep friendship. You understand now?" Sunny Nam blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. It'll be troublesome if others hear you." Nan Maner said, "I will only tell this to my elder sister. Moreover, this matter is already known to everyone. Right now, I can only pray that that young master will take a fancy to me. If that young master can take a fancy to me, then I will become a phoenix from a sparrow." Chapter 1409. "Miss, we've arrived at the Blackstone Tower." The housekeeper's voice came from outside. "Let's go down," Sunny Nam said. Nan Maner nodded excitedly. She and Nan Chinger got off the carriage one after the other and saw that the streets around Black Rock City had already been cleared. Experts from the 3 great clans and 5 great sects were patrolling everywhere. It was obvious that no one was allowed to come close. They were probably afraid of disturbing that big shot, right? "Sister, isn't that Lu Shurhai from your sect?" Nan Maner pointed at a cultivator who was standing guard. She wouldn't forget Lu Shurhai. Some time ago, when Nan Maner came to Blackstone City and followed her sister to Mysterious Sect, she saw Lu Shurhai. At that time, Lu Shurhai was insufferably arrogant and had left a deep impression on Nan Maner. Later, Nan Maner asked and found out that Lu Shurhai's uncle was the hall master of Mysterious Sect's Mission Hall. Lu Shurhai had a strong background, so he had a high and mighty attitude, and countless people flattered him. At that time, Nan Maner was very envious, but now Lu Shurhai was just standing guard here. Nan Maner whispered, "That important person must be very powerful. Even a young master like Lu Shurhai can only stand guard outside. I really don't know who that important person is." "Shoo, don't talk. You must remember to speak less. Many times, trouble comes from the mouth." Sunny Nam warned. She was really worried that Nan Maner would be hot-headed and say a lot of things that she shouldn't say or do something out of line. "Yes, sister, I know. Don't worry," Nan Maner said. Soon, Sunny Nam and Nan Maner arrived outside the Blackstone Tower. Nan Chinger told the guards who she was, and one of the guards immediately said, "Junior sisters, come with me. Later, someone will teach you some etiquette that you need to follow. At the same time, you need to change and dress up. Thank you for leading the way." Sunny Nam and Nan Maner bowed, slightly. The guard immediately said, "Junior sisters, you're too kind. If you can become a phoenix, I hope you won't forget about me." Sunny Nam smiled bitterly. She didn't have any expectations for this. She was only here to complete the task given to her by her master. But Nan Maner was different. She had great expectations. When she heard the guard's words, she immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, if that day really comes, I won't mistreat senior brother." "Ha ha, thank you, junior sister," said Lin Foam. The guard said with a smile, "Snow Creek Resort." "Master, the beast carriage is ready." Shall we set off now? Chu Qianba came to Lin Feng's residence and asked. Let's go. Lin Feng said. This was an ancient divine chariot pulled by 9 red flame beasts. Lin Feng got on the beast carriage. Chu Qianba personally drove the carriage. Roar, roar, roar. The 9-headed roaring flame beasts roared in the heavens and the earth. Soon after, they collided and started to gallop in the air. 9 red flame beasts pulling the carriage, personally driven by Chu Qianba, who's sitting in the carriage. Along the way, countless people pointed at the carriage. They were extremely shocked, trying to guess who was sitting in the carriage. Of course, there were also some well-informed people who heard about what happened in the Snow Creek Resort. Naturally, they also heard some rumors about Lin Feng. But before this, many people didn't believe those rumors. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. In this world, there were too many false rumors. But now they saw that Chu Qianba was actually driving the carriage for someone else. Those cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the rumors are true? A young cultivator with a heaven-defying cultivation. Even Chu Qianba wasn't his opponent. Even Chu Qianba acknowledged him as his master, while countless people were discussing and making all kinds of guesses. Chu Qianba drove the carriage to the Black Stone Tower. The experts of the 3 great clans and 5 great sects had already received the news that Lin Feng was about to arrive, so they all came out to welcome him. He's here. Suddenly, someone said and pointed into the distance. Flames burned the sky. Amidst the flames, 9 roaring flame beasts pulled the divine chariot over. The carriage finally stopped in front of the Black Stone Tower. Master, we're here. Chu Qianba's voice sounded. Lin Feng nodded. Then he walked out of the carriage. Everyone, this is my master, Lin Feng. Chu Qianba introduced to everyone. Chu Qianba was known as the devil incarnate. Naturally, he didn't have any scruples when doing things. So, even in front of the 3 great clans, the 5 great sects patriarchs and sect masters were carefree. The others were already used to it. Ha! So this is fellow Taoist Lin. We've been friends for a long time. Today, we finally meet. An old man smiled and cupped his fists. This is my first time here. I hope everyone can forgive me for not paying you a visit. Lin Feng also cupped his fists. It's us who should be the host first, said Lin Feng. Another old man said with a smile. Chu Qianba knew that Lin Feng didn't know these people, so he hurriedly introduced Lin Feng, the patriarchs of the 3 great clans, the sect masters of the 5 great sections. There were also some higher-ups from the 3 great clans and the 5 great sections. All of them were introduced. After greeting each other, they entered the Black Stone Tower. Everyone went to a private room. Chen Shizhong smiled and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin is interested in tasting tea? Lin Feng said, I don't know much about tasting tea, but I've tasted quite a few spirit teas. Ha! Fellow Taoist, you're in luck. Chen Shizhong smiled and said, We have a tree of enlightenment in the exiled world. It's been open for 3,000 years, but only a few dozen leaves have been produced. Some time ago, I had a chance and obtained a leaf. I've already had someone brew it. Fellow Taoist, you can try it. It's all thanks to fellow Taoist Lin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to taste the tea. Many people laughed. Lin Feng said, Enlightenment ancient tea leaves. This name sounds extraordinary. Rumor has it that it can help people comprehend the great Tao. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. You'll know whether it's true or not after you try it. Chen Shizhong said with a smile. The middle-aged cultivator standing behind Chen Shizhong walked out. Not long after, the middle-aged cultivator returned to the private room, followed by a dozen or so beautiful female disciples. Those beautiful female disciples each carried a tray, lowered their heads, and carefully walked in. Then, a maidservant serving in the private room took the teacups from the tray and placed them in front of each of the VIPs. Nan Man Er was also among the female disciples who served tea. She was extremely curious about who this great figure was, so she secretly raised her head to look. "Ah, Lin Feng, why are you sitting here?" After seeing Lin Feng, Nan Man screamed in disbelief. Of course, she remembered Lin Feng. Back then, her father, Nan Jie-ten, had wanted to matchmake the two of them. However, Nan Man had refused. Nan Man hadn't expected that Lin Feng would be sitting in the private room. "Impudent! How can you be so unruly? Which sect are you from?" Nayland May couldn't help but scold her coldly. Nan Man knew that she had caused a disaster. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She felt powerless and collapsed to the ground, her face full of fear. Chapter 14:10. At this moment, Nan Man had already lost her ability to think. Her mind was completely blank. Other than fear, she could only think of one thing. Why was Lin Feng here? This was what Nan Man couldn't figure out. Take her away. Seeing Nan Man, who was completely scared out of her wits, Nayland May waved his hand and ordered coldly. Immediately, 2 guards came in to take Nan Man away. Seeing Nan Man's dazed expression, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't have a good impression of Nan Man. However, Nan Man's father, South Jie-ten, cared for him like an elder would for his own child. This made Lin Feng feel very touched. Therefore, even though he didn't like Nan Man, Lin Feng still had to consider South Jie-ten's feelings. He didn't want anything to happen to Nan Man and cause South Jie-ten to be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Wait." Nayland May quickly waved his hand and bowed. "What orders does Lin Gongzi have?" "Don't make things difficult for her. Let her rest," Lin Feng said. Nayland May thought that Lin Feng had taken a liking to Nan Man. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Go rest first. Don't worry, your sect won't punish you." Nan Man's mind was still blank. After hearing Nayland May's words, she just nodded like a mechanic. She followed the 2 guards and left. Meanwhile, the banquet continued. Lin Feng tasted the tea brewed from the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma assaulted his taste buds. "It's really good tea," Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. It's said that after drinking the Enlightenment ancient tea for 3 days, you'll be able to hear the sound of the great Tao, Shen Shizhong said with a smile. This meant that after drinking the Enlightenment ancient tea for 3 days, one would be able to hear the sound of the great Tao resounding between heaven and earth. This was the best time to comprehend the Tao, and it was also the easiest time to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao. The Enlightenment ancient tea is indeed the best tea in the world. The patriarch of the Chu clan, Chu Jian, couldn't help but sigh. After tasting the tea, many beautiful female disciples came in with trays. On each tray, there were spirit fruits, flood dragon livers, fire phoenix hearts, and other extremely precious food. These foods contained pure energy and had fewer impurities. Eating them would be very beneficial to one's cultivation. Sunny Nam. Lin Feng looked at the female disciple who was kneeling in front of him. He was surprised, but thinking about how he was able to see Nan Man before, then naturally seeing Sunny Nam wasn't too surprising. Sunny Nam understood the rules more than Nan Man. She knew that her status was low, so from the beginning to the end, she lowered her head and placed the food on the wooden table in front of Lin Feng. Finally, she placed a plate, a pot of wine, and a wine cup. "Miss Chinger," Lin Feng called softly. Sunny Nam was obviously surprised. She didn't think that someone would call her name like that. The people here were all important people. She needed to look up to them. How could such a person call her Miss Chinger? This servant is terrified. Sunny Nam knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "You understand the rules more than Nan Monair. You and I have known each other for a while, so there's no need to be so polite." Lin Feng said. Sunny Nam recovered after a short moment of panic. At this moment, she found that the voice was somewhat familiar. She couldn't help but muster up the courage to look up. Sunny Nam suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Feng, how dare you call Lin Gongzi by his name?" Nayland May couldn't help but shout coldly. Sunny Nam then remembered that the Lin Feng in front of her wasn't the ordinary Lin Feng she knew before. He was an important person. This was because even a high and mighty person like Nayland May called him young master. Sunny Nam knew that she had lost her manners and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Lin Feng said, "Taoist Nayland, Miss Chinger is a friend of mine. There's no need to be so formal." Nayland Wan thought to himself, this young Master Lin is really young and romantic. Perhaps something wonderful happened between him and Nan Chinger. Thinking of this, Nayland May didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly said, "Miss Chinger, I was rude just now. I apologize to Miss Chinger." This junior is afraid. Sunny Nam said in a panic. How could she dare to accept Nayland May's apology? Nayland May was the young master of the Starry Sky sect. In front of Sunny Nam, he was like a high and mighty god. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Taoist Nayland, there's no need to be so formal." Nayland May said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your magnanimity." He then retreated to the side and didn't say anything else. Lin Feng looked at Sunny Nam and asked, "Miss Chinger, which sect do you cultivate in?" "Young master, I'm an inner disciple of the Xian sect." Sunny Nam said, "Normally, sects like this were divided into outer, inner, elite, and core disciples." Lin Feng guessed that Sunny Nam was a very ordinary inner disciple of the Xian sect because her cultivation wasn't outstanding. "Ha! So you're a disciple of the Xian sect. Who's your master?" The sect leader of the Xian sect, Taishan Jinren, asked. Sunny Nam couldn't believe that the sect leader was speaking to her in such a friendly manner. The sect leader was a big shot that inner disciples like her would have trouble meeting. He was the ruler of the Xian sect. But now, the sect leader was being so courteous to her. Nayland May's attitude towards her had changed because of Lin Feng's words. Sunny Nam knew that these big shots were being so courteous to her because of Lin Feng. So he's the big shot that the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects are inviting. Nan Chinger was incomparably shocked. Her father's judgment of people, it was very accurate. Many thoughts flashed through Sunny Nam's mind, but she quickly collected herself and said respectfully, "My master is Elder Song." "So you're Junior Sister Song's disciple. I happen to have a cultivation technique that's suitable for you. When you go back, tell your master that when you enter the main hall, you'll cultivate by my side and won't return to the inner sect." Taishan, Jinren said with a smile. "Ah, cultivate by the sect leader's side." Nan Chinger cried out in surprise. She simply could not believe that this was true. In the Xian sect, there were countless geniuses who wanted to become the sect leader's disciple. However, 5,000 years ago, the sect leader had stopped accepting disciples. Now, the sect leader had accepted her. Sunny Nam knew what kind of talent she had. Her talent could only be considered average, so she didn't have the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. The sect leader had only done this because she knew Lin Feng. The sect leader wanted to use her to get on Lin Feng's good side. Lin Feng said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and acknowledge me as your master." Sunny Nam came back to her senses and quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Taishian Shinran. "All right, get up," Taishian Shinran said with a smile. Lin Feng drank a cup of wine and didn't say anything else. Lin Feng was very good at reading people's thoughts. When he saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything else, it was obvious that Lin Feng didn't want to talk to Sunny Nam anymore. He said, "All right, you can all leave." Yes, the dozen or so maidservants left one after another. When they left, everyone looked at Sunny Nam with envy. Many people surrounded Sunny Nam and took the initiative to talk to Sunny Nam, wanting to get close to her. Obviously, these female disciples thought that Sunny Nam's future would be limitless if she knew someone as important as Lin Feng. If she could become Lin Feng's woman, it would be even more amazing. She would immediately become a phoenix. At the banquet, everyone toasted each other, drank 3 rounds of wine, and ate 5 dishes. Shen Shizhong smiled and said, "There's actually another reason why I invited fellow Taoist Lin here." Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's no harm in saying it. We found a place where heavenly fire fell, and we want to invite fellow Taoist Lin to explore it together." Shen Shizhong said, "Heavenly fire?" After hearing these 2 words, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but twitch violently a few times, and his heart couldn't calm down. Chapter 14:11. Heavenly flames were too important to Lin Feng, but now Lin Feng had already refined 2 types of heavenly flames, the purple earthcore fire and the black flames God-incinerating fire. Every time he refined a heavenly flame, Lin Feng's cultivation would greatly increase. If he could refine a 3rd type of heavenly flame, then Lin Feng's cultivation would definitely increase even more. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng asked, "How did the heavenly flames fall?" Said Yun Tao, the patriarch of the Yun family. It's said that around 1,000,000 years ago, there was a great war. According to ancient records, flames burned the sky, and 10,000 countries were annihilated. That war must have involved the celestial flames. Are you the only ones who know about the heavenly flames falling? Lin Feng asked. Not necessarily. Yun Tao shook his head. And said, "The heavenly flame fell in a place of absolute death. Some time ago, a cultivator from the Black Rock City entered that place of absolute death to pick a type of spirit fruit and found a strange heavenly flame, so he brought back the news. However, if the heavenly flame was strange and there were other cultivators in that place of absolute death, the news of the heavenly flame was very likely to be leaked." Lin Feng nodded. That's indeed a possibility. Gua Yunshen, the sect leader of the Blackrock sect, said, "Rumor has it that the heavenly flame's fire spirit has already evolved to perfection. The fire spirit controls the heavenly flame's origin energy and can even refine gods to death. In that battle, several gods surrounded it, and in the end, both sides suffered great losses. The gods fell, and the heavenly flame's fire spirit also fell, leaving behind only the fire's origin energy." Lin Feng stroked his chin. If that's the case, then the heavenly flame's origin energy isn't the only thing left behind by the gods. It seems like there are also treasures left behind by the gods. Everyone nodded, and their eyes were filled with fervor. A god's treasure. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Did you tell the Blackrock City's city lord about this? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Ha! The group of people laughed strangely. Lin Feng said, "What? Is there something wrong with Blackrock City's city lord?" Shen Shizhong said, "This person is extremely greedy, and he's used all sorts of excuses to ask for huge amounts of wealth from our 3 great families and 5 great sects. There's such a thing." Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This kind of city lord was really a weirdo. He actually asked for a huge amount of wealth from 8 local bullies. He was really insatiable. It was obvious that the 3 great clans and 5 great sects hated this city lord to the core. Yeah, but his background is too big, so we don't want to offend him, Taishan Daoist said, helplessly. What is this city lord's background? Lin Feng asked curiously. It is said that he is related to the domain lord, Heavenly Emperor Jun. However, we do not know the details. Chu family patriarch Chu Jingui said. Lin Feng could roughly guess why the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects didn't tell the city lord about this. With Blackrock City's city lord's greedy personality, if he really obtained the treasures of the gods, who knew how much of the treasures would be taken away by the city lord? The 3 great clans and 5 great sects would probably only be able to drink a mouthful of soup in the end. The 5 great sects naturally did not want such a thing to happen. When the banquet was about to end, the 3 great clans and the 5 great sect leaders spoke together, implying that they wanted to exchange cultivation spirit stones with Lin Feng. Lin Feng gladly agreed. Every faction, Lin Feng gave them 100 million cultivation spirit stones. Lin Feng needed these factions to help him collect all sorts of formation materials. Both sides took what they needed, so the cooperation was very pleasant. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng asked someone to call Sunny Nam and Nan Monair over. Since he had already met the 2 sisters, it was reasonable for him to pay a visit to South J10. Please follow us, young master. Sunny Nam and Nan Monair bowed slightly. The 2 sisters rode in the same carriage. Lin Feng rode in Chu Tianba's beast carriage. One in front and one behind, they rode towards the house that the Nan family bought in Blackrock City. Sister, I made a mistake today and was almost punished. If it wasn't for Lin Gongzi, I would be in trouble. Sister, do you think Lin Gongzi likes me? Nan Monair said. Sunny Nam saw Nan Monair's happy expression and sighed in her heart. In her opinion, they were not in the same world as Lin Feng. Nan Monair, on the other hand, was still immersed in her own fantasy. Nan Chinger wanted to warn her younger sister. However, she didn't know how to tell her younger sister about this matter. That was because at that very moment, Nan Chinger's originally calm heart was in turmoil. Her heart was in complete chaos. Lin Feng arrived at the Nan family's house. Someone had already come to inform South J10. When South J10 saw Lin Feng again, he was obviously nervous and uneasy. When ordinary people met important people, they would always have the same emotional changes as South J10. Lin Feng chatted with South J10 for a while. Then he bid farewell and left. Master, it seems that you are quite disappointed with this trip to the Nan family, Chu Tianba said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything. Chu Tianba continued. Master has known this family for a long time, and these people didn't know Master's true identity. Now that they know Master's true identity, they've become much more cautious and cautious with their words. This shows that people from different worlds are bound to avoid each other after a short period of interaction. Lin Feng said, I didn't expect you to be such a meticulous person. Chu Tianba laughed mischievously. Thank you for your praise, Master. Lin Feng got on the beast carriage, and Chu Tianba quickly drove it away. Father, why didn't you mention my marriage with Lin Gongzi to Lin Gongzi? Lin Gongzi already left. Father, why didn't you mention it? I kept giving you signals with my eyes. After Lin Feng left, Nan Monair grabbed South J10's arm and shouted, Monair, calm down. We don't belong to the same world as him. South J10 said, No, how could that be? In South Zhang Town, when Father mentioned our marriage, Lin Gongzi didn't refuse. Lin Gongzi definitely likes me. Father, I beg you, please talk to Lin Gongzi about our marriage. If I, Nan Monair, want to marry someone like Lin Gongzi. Nan Maner looked at South J10 pleadingly. Take your sister to rest for a few days. South J10 looked at Sunny Nam and said. Sunny Nam nodded and pulled Nan Maner back to her room. Woo-woo, I want to marry Lin Gongzi. I must marry Lin Gongzi. Why did I reject Lin Gongzi? If I didn't reject that marriage, I might already be Mrs. Lin. I regret it so much. I hate myself. Nan Maner began to pull her hair. Sunny Nam was helpless. She could only knock Nan Maner unconscious. Sister, this is fate. Don't think about marrying Lin Gongzi anymore. How can someone like him be compared to us? Sunny Nam sighed. She was extremely disappointed. Lin Feng's figure was in her mind. No matter what, she couldn't get rid of it. Chapter 14:12. Nan Maner was an extremely vain woman who wanted to climb up the social ladder. But unfortunately, other than Nan Maner being pretty, it was almost impossible to find any other good points about her. In this world, there was never a lack of beautiful women. Therefore, Nan Maner was destined to be a tragic figure. The desire in her heart was very strong. When the desire in her heart was difficult to satisfy, it was also a logical thing for her to become crazy. Whether Nan Maner was dead or alive, normal or crazy, Lin Feng did not care. Towards Nan Maner, Lin Feng's impression was quite bad. It was not because Nan Maner refused the marriage back then. Back then, South J10 wanted to recruit him to be his son-in-law. Even if Nan Maner did not refuse, Lin Feng would definitely not agree. The reason that really made Lin Feng's impression of Nan Maner worse was because of Nan Maner's personality. Selfish, vain. Towards such a woman, Lin Feng really did not have the mood to take another look. Now that he had left the Nan family, he basically would not have any contact with the Nan family anymore. Just as Chu Tianba said, Lin Feng and the Nan family were not people of the same world. Since that was the case, then he should return to the right track. Each had their own life. Returning to his residence, Lin Feng began to comprehend the great Tao. The Enlightenment ancient tea was very special. It allowed Lin Feng to easily enter a deep level of enlightenment. This was a kind of analysis of the Tao. This was a brand new understanding of the Tao. Time passed. Lin Feng spent the next 3 days continuously deducing the great karma art, this 3,000 great Tao. Heaven did not let down those who worked hard. Lin Feng finally had some enlightenment and successfully cultivated the great karma art to the entry stage. And during this period of time, the people from the 3 great families and 5 great sects also began to prepare to head to the place where the heavenly fire fell. Lin Feng wanted to travel with them. Lin Feng had no interest in the treasures left behind by God. What he was interested in was the heavenly fire, this heavenly flame. No matter what, Lin Feng had to obtain it. Right now, Lin Feng was at the first level of the rebirth realm. If he could obtain the heavenly flame, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Ordinary heavenly flames could raise a cultivator's cultivation by at least 3 to 4 levels. If it was a heavenly flame with an extremely high ranking, the increase in cultivation level would be even greater. 10 days later, the cultivators from the 3 great clans and the 5 great sects were ready. Each of them sent a dozen or so experts, making a total of more than 100 people. They boarded the ancient spaceship and headed for the heavenly fire meteorites. The place where the heavenly fire fell was at the border between the Tianzhou domain and the Great Sun domain. Because this was the place where the great battle between the gods took place, there were many broken laws here. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous. Normally, very few people dared to enter this mountain range. In this place, the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. The Great Sun domain Who is the domain lord of this domain? Lin Feng asked. Shun Shizhong said, It's the Golden Crow Sage. Kinwu people, Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Shun Shizhong nodded and said, The Golden Crow clan is exceptionally powerful and has an immortal inheritance. The Great Sun Domain is one of the top 3 domains among the 12 domains, especially the Golden Crow Saint. It is said that he has lived for 3 million years. Even the domain lord of the Tianzhou domain, Heavenly Emperor Jun, has to address him as a junior in front of him. It seems that the Golden Crow Sage is one of the strongest of the 12 domain lords. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The others nodded and said, Indeed. Half a month later, everyone arrived at the Skyfall mountain range. The ancient spaceship docked at the outskirts of the Skyfall mountain range. There are indeed many terrifying restrictions. Everyone, follow me, Lin Feng said. Taoist Lin, you know about formations? Many people's eyes lit up. Lin Feng nodded and said, I know a thing or two. Under Lin Feng's lead, everyone passed through layers of restrictions and headed towards the depths of the Skyfall mountain range. Along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks from restrictions, which made everyone extremely shocked. How was this just a thing or two? He was clearly extremely proficient in formations. After crossing the first mountain, the group was attacked by ferocious beasts. It was a type of monster that was silver-white in color. It was about 2 meters tall, shaped like a mantis, and had 3 heads. These beasts' bodies were almost invulnerable, and their attacks were terrifying. Lin Feng and the others had the impression that they couldn't fight back. People kept dying, but in the end, the group managed to escape. However, they had suffered heavy losses because 17 cultivators had died. They were all experts from the 3 great clans and the 5 great sections. The living should live a better life, and the dead should be able to rest in peace, said the clan lord. Let's go, said Chu Jian. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and continued forward. Suddenly, they saw flames in the depths of the mountain range. In the flames, a golden dragon was faintly visible. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. That's the golden dragon divine flame, which is ranked 42nd among the heavenly flames. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng was delighted. Among the 72 types of heavenly flames, his purple earth core flame was ranked 67th, and his black spirit incinerating flame was ranked 65th. These 2 types of heavenly flames weren't very high. The golden dragon divine flame was ranked 42nd among the heavenly flames, so it was much higher than the purple earth core flame and the black spirit incinerating flame. Therefore, if he could refine the golden dragon divine flame, Lin Feng believed that his cultivation level would increase greatly. Everyone was rushing towards the depths of the mountain range, but they were suddenly attacked. The sky cracked, and a large number of cultivators rushed out. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no, we've been ambushed. Many people's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly used their magical powers or treasures to block the attacks. However, the other party's attack was too sudden, so much so that the cultivators from Black Rock City were caught off guard. Boom, boom. One cultivator after another exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people had died, tragically. As for the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive, many of them were seriously injured. There were only about 20 cultivators who could still fight. A high number of cultivators surrounded the cultivators from Black Rock City. There were at least 400 to 500 cultivators there. They had completely surrounded the cultivators from Black Rock City. Bastards of Haishi City. It seems like the Skyfall mountain range is going to be your burial ground. Loud laughter was heard. The crowd parted, and a man in a golden robe walked out. Kimu people, you're from the great sun domain. Many people's expressions became unsightly when they saw the man. The Golden Crow tribe was high and mighty in the great sun domain. They belonged to the royal family of the great sun domain and were extremely powerful. Now that they had led so many experts to launch a sneak attack on the cultivators of Blackrock City, the cultivators of Blackrock City had lost this battle unjustly. Your Lin Feng. The Kinwu people's cultivator looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng was puzzled. How did this person know him? Chapter 14:13. Who are you? How do you know me? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator from the Kinwu people. I am Jin Wushu, a direct descendant of the Golden Crow Sage. The cultivator from the Kinwu people clasped his hands behind his back. What? You're Jin Wushu? The strongest quasi-god in the great sun domain, the Jin Wushu who has some divine abilities that can even contend with a god. When they heard this person's name, the expressions of many people from Blackrock City changed. Jin Wushu looked down at the people from Blackrock City and said, You people are quite well informed. You actually know my name. We have no enmity with you in the past, and we have no enmity with you today. Why did you ambush us? An elder from the Starry Sky sect asked angrily. Ha ha ha, how foolish. Your goal is the heavenly flame and the god's treasure. My goal is the heavenly flame and the god's treasure. I ambushed you because I wanted to kill my competitors. Jin Wushu smiled. It was hard to refute this reasoning. However, Lin Feng had a vague feeling that things weren't as simple as Jin Wushu made them out to be. This was because Jin Wushu actually knew him. Logically speaking, Jin Wushu shouldn't have known him. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Jin Wushu, you don't have to hide it. If my guess is correct, Peng Mosu must have colluded with you and leaked our whereabouts. That's why you ambushed us here, right? When they heard Lin Feng's words, the cultivators from Blackrock City were shocked. Peng Mosu was the city lord of Blackrock City. The 3 great clans and 5 great sects had thought that Peng Mosu wouldn't know about the heavenly flame because they hadn't told him about it. They had clearly underestimated him. Peng Mosu hadn't been able to become the city lord of Blackrock City only because of his powerful background. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top. You're a smart man. That's right. Peng Mosu contacted me and told me to wait for you here. Jin Wushu smiled and said, Lin Feng said, Peng Mosu is insatiably greedy. He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the higher-ups of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. This way, the 3 great clans and 5 great sects will be leaderless and chaos will ensue. At that time, Peng Mosu will act and quickly take control of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. At that time, the 3 great clans and 5 great sects will all be in his hands, and you will also be able to obtain the treasures of the heavenly flame and God. You will also be able to obtain the treasures of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. The faces of the experts from the Blackstone City's 3 great clans and 5 great sects turned ugly. They now knew that they had underestimated Peng Mosu and his ambition. Peng Mosu's greedy personality concealed his desire for power. The 3 great clans and 5 great sects had been rooted in Blackstone City for too long, so Peng Mosu couldn't touch them even if he wanted to. Therefore, Peng Mosu had been looking for an extremely rare opportunity to get rid of the higher-ups of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. Now, he had finally found this opportunity. Jin Wushu said, No wonder Peng Mosu told me to pay special attention to you. As expected, you're as smart as a demon. I heard that you have an endless amount of wealth on you. Little brat, cripple your own cultivation and hand over your wealth, and I'll spare your life. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you die here with the cultivators of Blackstone City. Lin Feng sneered. It's too early to talk big. I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep us here. You don't know what's good for you. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Jin Wushu's expression was cold. Fight them to the death. The people from the 3 great clans and 5 great sects knew that it was time for them to fight with their lives on the line. Kill. 400 to 500 experts from the Great Sun Domain attacked. Great Baron War Spear, come out. Lin Feng shouted and took out his giant weapon, the Great Baron War Spear. He held the spear in his hand and swept it forward. The giant weapon unleashed its might. Pooh! There was a ripping sound as Lin Feng killed more than 30 cultivators with a single sweep of his spear. What? It's that powerful? Everyone was shocked. The cultivators from Blackstone City were invigorated. The cultivators from the Great Sun Domain quickly retreated. The treasure in Lin Feng's hand was too powerful. What treasure is that? Jin Wushu stared at the Great Baron War Spear in Lin Feng's hand. He couldn't wait to snatch the Great Baron War Spear away. That divine weapon. Jin Wushu's heart was filled with endless greed. You want it? Lin Feng looked at Jin Wushu indifferently. Little brat, that divine weapon is powerful, but it consumes too much dermic power. How many times can you use it? I think you'll reach your limit after 3 or 4 times, right? At that time, your dermic power will be exhausted and you'll die. I have more than 400 people here. How many can you kill? If you give me the Great Baron War Spear now, I'll let you go. What do you think? Jin Wushu looked at Lin Feng and said, Ha ha ha, if you want my Great Baron War Spear, just take it. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. 3-legged crows love to talk nonsense. Lin Feng laughed. Little brat, you're courting death. Jin Wushu's expression immediately turned ugly. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Kinwu people were 3-legged golden crows. They had the bloodline of divine beasts and were superior, but golden crows weren't crows. Now that Lin Feng called Jin Wushu a 3-legged crow, Jin Wushu felt greatly humiliated. Surround him with everything you've got. Capture this brat alive. I'm going to tear him to shreds. Jin Wushu's face twisted as he roared. Kill him. The experts of the Great Sun Domain shouted. The group charged again. The 2 sides fought fiercely. The experts of the Great Sun Domain fell one after another, and the people of Blackrock City also died tragically. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. Poisonous insects flew out and covered the sky. They surrounded the cultivators of the Great Sun Domain and Blackrock City. At the center of the poisonous insects stood more than 10 cultivators. Ha ha ha, what a good show! That brat from Blackrock City, I've taken a fancy to your Great Baron War Spear. And that Jin Wushu from the Great Sun Domain, I heard that you Kinwu people have extremely powerful bloodlines. I'm going to devour your bloodline. A sinister voice came from the poisonous insects. The poisonous insects covered the sky and covered the earth. As far as the eye could see, there were poisonous insects everywhere. It seemed that no matter where they flew, they would be attacked by the poisonous insects. You're from the Poison Domain. Jin Wushu's face changed drastically. The Poison Domain bordered the Tianzhou Domain and the Great Sun Domain. The cultivators of the Poison Domain were good at using poison. They raised all kinds of poisonous insects. Their methods were strange and terrifying. The cultivators of the Poison Domain had been here for a long time, but they hadn't attacked. They had waited until the cultivators of Blackrock City and the Great Sun Domain were both injured. The cultivators of the Poison Domain were playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They wanted to catch the cultivators of Blackrock City and the Great Sun Domain in one fell swoop. Chapter 14:14. There was no lack of smart people in this world. The people from the Great Sun Domain thought that victory was in their hands, but they had suffered heavy losses when faced with the attacks of the poisonous insects. They had originally had around 400 people, but more than 300 had died in the blink of an eye. More than 30 cultivators from Black Rock City had died as well. Lin Feng hurriedly took out his black god-burning flame and formed a fiery barrier around the remaining 20 or so people. When the poisonous insects attacked them, they were all burned to death. Golden Crow burns the heavens. Jin Wushu was furious when he saw so many of his subordinates die. He spat out a ball of Golden Crow demonic flame. This was the core flame of the Kinwu people, and it was abnormally powerful. The Golden Crow demonic flame burned fiercely, and a large number of poisonous insects were burned to death. In the end, only 70 or 80 people from Jin Wushu's side survived. What a Golden Crow demonic flame! It's really powerful. One of the cultivators from the Poison Domain looked over with sinister eyes. He then looked at Lin Feng's fiery barrier and frowned. What kind of flame is that? Although the black god-burning flame was a heavenly flame, these people had never seen it before. If Lin Feng didn't say that it was a heavenly flame, the others naturally couldn't tell. Lin Feng said, "You want to know? I won't tell you." When the other party heard Lin Feng's mocking words, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng ferociously. However, the cultivators from the Poison Domain didn't attack again, and the cultivators from the Great Sun Domain also stopped. The three sides looked at each other warily. There were still more than 20 people from Black Rock City, but those who had survived were all top-notch experts. The Great Sun Domain had 70 or 80 people, and there were also many experts. Although the Poison Domain had the least number of people, no one dared to underestimate the cultivators from the Poison Domain. These people reared poisonous insects and knew how to use poison. Their methods were too strange. If one underestimated them, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Swoosh! The people from the Poison Domain took the lead and rushed deeper into the forest. Clearly, the dozen or so cultivators from the Poison region saw that the cultivators from the Black Rock City and the Great Sun region had a way to stop the swarm of insects. They didn't want to continue fighting and wanted to snatch God's treasures and heavenly flames. "Where do you think you're going?" Jin Wushu bellowed and quickly gave chase. Lin Feng said, "I'm afraid that Black Rock City is in imminent danger. Let's split into two groups. One group will return to Black Rock City to take care of the situation. Another group will stay behind. And the other group will enter the depths of the city to steal the divine treasures and heavenly flames." Shun Shizhong said, "The three of us and the 5 sect masters will stay behind. Tianba, Nail and me, and the rest of you quickly return to Black Rock City." Chu, Tianba, Nail and me, and the others had high prestige. There was no need for the 3 patriarchs and 5 sect masters to return. They were more than enough to stabilize the hearts of the cultivators of the 3 great clans and 5 great sections. "Okay." Chu, Tianba, Nail and me, and the others nodded. Lin Feng took out a jade talisman and gave it to Chu Tianba, saying, "This jade talisman has a record of the safe route we took when we came in. Follow it, and you'll be able to avoid all the restrictions and successfully get out." Chu Tianba accepted the jade talisman and quickly left with Nail and me and the others. Lin Feng, the 3 patriarchs, and 5 sect masters flew into the depths of the city. There was a volcano in the depths of the city. Inside the volcano, lava was boiling. About 10 meters above the lava, there was a huge cave. The cultivators from the Poison region and the Great Sun region entered it, Lin Feng and the rest of the 9 arrived and quickly flew in as well. The passageway extended all the way down. After a full hour, they finally found the exit. When they came out of the tunnel, the ground below opened up, and a huge world of lava appeared in their line of sight. Inside the world of lava floated 4 corpses. One of them was the corpse of a huge golden crow. The golden crow was about 100 meters long. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a huge golden crow. He didn't know if the golden crow's corpse had anything to do with the Qinwu people of the Great Sun region. The other was the corpse of a divine beast. The other was the corpse of a human cultivator. There was also a monster with a human body, but 9 snake heads. It was the corpse of a Hydra expert. The corpses of 4 divine spirits. Could it be that these 4 divine spirits joined forces to kill the heavenly fire spirit? But did the 4 gods also suffer from the backlash as well? Their souls were destroyed by the heavenly fire spirit before it died, and only their physical bodies were left. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. At that moment, the cultivators from the Great Sun region, led by Jin Wushu, were madly attacking the cultivators from the Poison region. Jin Wushu was extremely terrifying, and he also had a divine weapon in his hands. Although it was only a low-grade divine weapon forged by a void god, it was still no small matter. The divine weapon was a flaming divine saber. It was extremely powerful and seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. More than 10 cultivators from the Poison region summoned all kinds of poisonous insects to attack the cultivators from the Great Sun region. Moreover, the cultivators from the Poison region also had a divine weapon. It was a blood-red wheel. The wheel spun in the air, and the cultivators from the Great Sun region were killed one after another. Lin Feng led the 3 clan heads and 5 sect masters towards the 4 divine corpses. "You're courting death." The cultivators from both sides roared angrily. They were fighting to the death here, but Lin Feng and the others wanted to collect the divine corpses. How could they agree? The cultivators from the Great Sun region and the Poison region were furious. They stopped fighting and attacked Lin Feng and the others. "Fellow Taoists, follow me and burn your lifespan to activate the Great Desolate War Spear. This is a giant divine weapon. Although we're outnumbered, my magic treasure is powerful enough to defeat and block their attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng burned 3,000 years of his lifespan. The life force produced by burning his lifespan was injected into the Great Desolate War Spear by Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's cultivation broke through, his lifespan had reached a shocking 50,000 years. Burning 3,000 years of lifespan was nothing to Lin Feng. The 3 clan heads and the 5 sect masters were all quasi-gods. Their lifespan was similar to Lin Feng's. However, they had already lived for around 30,000 years, so burning 3,000 years of lifespan was still painful for them. However, in order to fight for the divine treasure, they had no scruples. Each of them burned 3,000 years of their lifespan, including Lin Feng. The 9 of them burned 27,000 years of their lifespan. They were supported by 27,000 years of lifespan. The Great Desolate War Spear emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Feng swept the spear towards the experts from the Poison region and the Great Sun region. Bang, bang, bang. The experts from the Poison region and the Great Sun region were killed one after another. However, most of them survived. "Hurry up and collect the divine corpses." Lin Feng shouted. He directly swept towards the corpses of the Qinwu people. The Golden Crow bloodline was abnormally strong, so its origin must be extremely powerful as well. Lin Feng was most interested in the divine corpses of the Qinwu people. The others swept towards the other 3 divine corpses. Lin Feng wanted to collect the divine corpses, but he found that he couldn't. A terrifying aura was emitted from the divine corpses, preventing Lin Feng from collecting them. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the sky-swallowing jar. The sky-swallowing jar emitted a powerful devouring power, which finally swallowed the divine corpses of the Kinwu people. "You're courting death." The experts from the Poison region and the Great Sun region were furious. They quickly rushed over. These divine corpses were too difficult to collect, so the 3 clan heads and the 5 sect masters worked together to only collect the divine beast Tonghen's corpse. They wanted to collect the other divine corpses, but the cultivators from the Great Sun region and the Poison region had already arrived. They had no choice but to give up. The human divine corpses were collected by the cultivators from the Great Sun region, while the 9-headed snake divine corpses were collected by the cultivators from the Poison region. Despicable humans, you dare to trespass into my slumbering place? You all deserve to die. Suddenly, a deep roar resounded. Then, the earth shook. The lava in the entire world of lava started to churn. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a 1,000-meter-long dragon condensed from golden flames raised its head from the lava world. Its cold eyes stared at everyone. Heavens! Didn't they say that the golden dragon, divine flames, fire spirit died? How is it still alive? When they saw the golden dragon, everyone's expression changed drastically. "Run!" shouted Lin Feng loudly. Without thinking, he turned around and ran outside. Heavenly flames were flexible, so they couldn't be resisted. Unless one cultivated to the divine realm, facing such a terrifying existence would only lead to death. The others didn't dare to stay, and they all frantically ran outside. However, the golden dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out golden flames. Many cultivators were swallowed by the golden flames and instantly turned to ashes. How terrifying! When they saw this, everyone turned pale with fright. Chapter 14:15. The golden dragon divine flame was indeed powerful. It made everyone feel a strong sense of death. Use the boundary-breaking talisman to escape. Lin Feng said as he took out the boundary-breaking talisman he had drawn and threw it to Shen Shizhong and the others. The boundary-breaking talisman could instantly tear open a spatial barrier. It could then teleport people out. The boundary-breaking talisman was very precious. Even Lin Feng did not have many on him. Shen Shizhong and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. They hurriedly crushed the boundary-breaking talisman and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng also crushed the boundary-breaking talisman and quickly left. The Great Sun Domain's Golden Dragon technique took out a flying shuttle because the space inside was limited. Only a dozen people were allowed to go up. More than a dozen of the most important experts of the Great Sun Domain boarded the flying shuttle. Then, these people fled without a trace. The experts of the Poison Domain used the Blood Golden Wheel to protect themselves as they fled. However, they were attacked by the Golden Dragon. Only 2 people escaped. As for the dozens of cultivators of the Great Sun Domain who were unable to leave on the flying shuttle, they all died tragically. The aura of the heavenly flames. This is the purple earthcore fire and the black earthcore fire. The golden dragon let out a low roar. It swiped at the air with its huge claws. Crack! The void shattered. Then the golden dragon opened its bloody mouth and suddenly sucked. The powerful suction force sucked Lin Feng out of the shattered void. F***CK. When Lin Feng saw the golden dragon, he could not help but curse. He was about to fly out of the parallel space. He was about to escape. But the golden dragon actually caught him. Lin Feng really wanted to cry, but had no tears. The golden dragon's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, "Lowly human, you actually refined the heavenly flames. What qualifications do you have to be the master of the heavenly flames? You blasphemed the heavenly flames' supreme dignity. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Whoosh! As soon as the golden dragon finished speaking, it spat out golden flames. The golden flames rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had seen the cultivators being swallowed by the golden flames and instantly burned to ashes. From this, one could see how tyrannical the offensive power of this golden flame was. Therefore, in the face of the golden flame attack, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the purple flame core fire and the black flame god incinerating fire. He used two kinds of heaven flames to protect himself. The golden dragon godly flames were burning fiercely. Lin Feng's two types of celestial fire were being suppressed. Even though Lin Feng had two types of celestial fire to protect his body, he still felt like his body was burning. It was as if he was about to burst into flames. Damn, the golden dragon divine flame is so strong, but it's still being suppressed like this even though it's 2 against 1. Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. He hurriedly took out the death god armor. Only after putting on the death god armor did the burning sensation on his body disappear. Lowly human. High-level heavenly flames can suppress low-level heavenly flames. Although you have two types of heavenly flames, they are only low-level heavenly flames. Naturally, they will be suppressed by my heavenly flame origin. The golden dragon seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking and could not help but sneer. Lin Feng said, "How about we talk about conditions?" The golden dragon said disdainfully, "Lowly human, you are not qualified to talk about conditions with me. I will devour you." Rumble. As soon as it finished speaking, the golden dragon waved its huge claws and swiped at Lin Feng. Great desolate war spear. Break. Lin Feng held the great desolate war spear and swept it at the golden dragon. Bang! The two sides collided, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden dragon was too strong. It was impossible to fight against it. It really is a deity. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. How he wished that the demon lord was still in the demon orb. If the demon lord was here, then the two of them could deal with the golden dragon together. But the problem was that the demon lord was not by his side. Boy, your strength is not bad. You are only at the first heavenly level of the rebirth realm, but your combat power is close to the deity realm. But it is useless. No matter how you struggle, only death awaits you. The golden dragon said coldly. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "You are only at the void god realm. If I am not wrong, you are at most at the first or second heavenly level of the void god realm. It will not be easy for you to kill me with your cultivation. You have sharp eyes. That's right. My current cultivation is only at the second heavenly level of the void god realm. Back then, I was at the heavenly god realm. If I had not been attacked by the 4 gods and my soul was almost completely destroyed, how could my cultivation have fallen? But in the end, I survived and the 4 gods fell. Now, as long as I devour the 2 heavenly flames in your body, I will be able to recover quickly." The golden dragon sneered. It attacked Lin Feng again. This time, the golden dragon used the dragon language divine ability. The mysterious dragon language was transmitted. In the void, powerful energy waves were emitted. Then, a dense mass of golden energy spears formed. Boy, to be able to die under the attack of my golden dragon spears. Your death will not be in vain. The golden dragon sneered. Then, the dense mass of golden spears pierced towards Lin Feng. There were simply too many of them. I stand in the black hole and look at my ancestors, Lin Feng whispered. Boom. The 5 devouring martial souls merged into one and turned into a huge devouring black hole. Lin Feng stood in the black hole when the dense mass of golden spears shot towards him. All the golden spears were instantly devoured by the black hole. What a powerful technique! The golden dragon was shocked. Then it sneered and said, "But your cultivation is too low. Today, you will not be able to escape death." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden dragon unleashed another powerful technique. Golden dragon claws. A huge claw formed in the void and slapped towards Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! The huge claw slapped the black hole again and again. Crack! Crack! The black hole began to shatter. 9 demons diagram, come out! Lin Feng shouted and took out the 9 demons diagram to attack the golden claw. Imperial weapon. The golden dragon was shocked. It said disdainfully, "So what if it's an imperial weapon? You won't be able to use the power of an imperial weapon." Huff, huff. Then the golden dragon breathed out a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath turned into a long river. Instantly, it pressed down on the 9 demons' portrait, suppressing it in midair. This was a god. A god was too powerful. Even an imperial weapon could be suppressed. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He knew that he could not just sit there and wait for his death. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hold back. He used the Dracophant Saint power recorded in the Archean dragon-esque elephant skill. The Dracophant Saint power was added to his body. Lin Feng's combat strength increased rapidly. In an instant, his combat strength increased by 3 times. Lin Feng held the battle spear in his hand and swept the golden dragon's claw away. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged in front of the golden dragon. The Great Desolation war spear was aimed at the golden dragon's head. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a look of contempt in the golden dragon's eyes. Oh no! Lin Feng felt that something was amiss and quickly retreated. However, it was too late. 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. Wu, gu, ba, ma, ha, ya, ha, ha. 8 syllables spread in the air. Those syllables formed a gigantic sound wave, which bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. The 8 notes of the heavenly dragon was the dragon tribe's most powerful soul attack. Lin Feng was attacked by the celestial dragon's 8 sounds. He gave a horrible shriek. He had the impression his soul was going to explode. Chapter 14:16. Lin Feng was really depressed. If he had known that the heavenly fire's fire spirit was still alive, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. However, in the battle back then, it was widely rumored that the heavenly fire's fire spirit had fallen. Lin Feng naturally had to take the risk, but he did not expect the heavenly fire's fire spirit to be alive until now. Moreover, it was so tyrannical. Lin Feng's body fell uncontrollably into the lava world. The golden dragon quickly rushed over and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be swallowed, Lin Feng finally regained a trace of clarity. He endured the tearing pain in his head and used the void travel technique, instantly disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he arrived above the golden dragon's head. Great reincarnation art. Ancient haste. Lin Feng punched the golden dragon's head. As the 4th super great Tao among the 3,000 great Taos, it was incomparably heaven-defying. When the punch landed on the golden dragon's head, a terrifying scene suddenly appeared. The originally dazzling golden dragon scales became dimmer and dimmer. The golden dragon's strength was rapidly declining. In the blink of an eye, the golden dragon became incomparably old. This was the terrifying part of the great reincarnation art. Although Lin Feng had only mastered the first half of the great reincarnation art, the first half could deprive all living creatures of their lifespan. When this kind of living creature's lifespan was deprived, its combat strength would also be greatly reduced along with its strength. The golden dragon was no exception after being hit by Lin Feng's ancient haste. Its combat strength was reduced to an extremely weak state in a short period of time. Now you know how powerful I am, right? The small soul man came out with his sword and slashed. Lin Feng roared and directly used his strongest soul technique. The golden dragon was not a real body. It was formed by the heavenly fire's fire spirit. The fire spirit was equivalent to the heavenly fire's soul. Therefore, the golden dragon was equivalent to the heavenly fire's soul body. Against a soul body, this soul attack was naturally the most effective. The small soul man came out with his sword and slashed directly at the golden dragon. Puff! The golden dragon suffered great damage, and its head was almost chopped off by Lin Feng's soul humanoid. Sure enough, soul attacks were the most effective against the golden dragon. The golden dragon's roar shook the heavens as golden light rushed out from its body. It was like a turbulent ocean that swept through the heavens and earth, blocking the attack of the tiny soul man. At the same time, the golden dragon's body began to recover. Its strength was becoming stronger and stronger, and its life aura was becoming younger and younger. Time's up. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. Lin Feng's current cultivation was not enough to truly cause the golden dragon to age. After the golden dragon was hit, it only aged for a short period of time. This kind of aging, when the time was right, would recover. Lin Feng called back the miniature soul man, and at the same time, he used immemorial haste again, wanting to do the same thing. But this time, Lin Feng failed. The golden dragon didn't give Lin Feng a chance to get close to it. It spat out a large amount of dragon breath toward Lin Feng. The dragon breath attack of the dragon clan was the innate ability of the dragon clan. It was extremely destructive. Therefore, when the dragon breath attack swept over, Lin Feng had no choice but to dodge. Unfortunately, I can't kill the golden dragon in one go. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. However, he was already very satisfied that he had been able to severely injure the golden dragon. The Great Reincarnation Art. You used the Great Reincarnation Art just now. The golden dragon was very knowledgeable and recognized Lin Feng's ultimate move. It couldn't help but look coldly at Lin Feng, revealing a dense killing intent. Lin Feng said, "That's right. What do you think of my Great Reincarnation Art? You're making me more and more excited. It seems that devouring you will not only give me 2 types of heavenly flames, but also an imperial weapon and a supreme great Tao." The golden dragon's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You've already been severely injured by me, and you still dare to say that you'll devour me? Where did your courage come from? Your injuries seem to be worse than mine." The golden dragon couldn't help but sneer. Lin Feng had been attacked by the golden dragon's 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. The sound waves had not only injured his soul, but also his physical body. Now, his physical body had already been torn apart. The golden dragon was also very clear about Lin Feng's injuries. Seeing the golden dragon's sneer and complacent expression, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I have the immortal divine body. As long as it's not an injury to my origin or Tao, no matter how serious the injuries are, I can recover." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body. In an instant, his injuries were as good as new. The golden dragon's expression became extremely gloomy. It clearly hadn't expected Lin Feng to have such an ability. The golden dragon roared, "Brat, do you really think you can resist my attack? You're gravely mistaken. I'll now let you experience the true top divine ability of the dragon race. As soon as it finished speaking, the golden dragon began to chant an ancient incantation. A destructive aura emanated from the golden dragon's body. Lin Feng moved as fast as lightning towards the golden dragon. He wanted to interrupt the golden dragon's attack. But it was too late. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the world. In the void, a vast dragon world appeared. Within the dragon world, there were countless dragons. God dragons, heaven dragons, fire dragons, water dragons, pterosaurs. There were all sorts of enormous dragons, all of them rushing out from that world. Brat, this move of mine is called Myriad Dragons Destroying the World. Let's see how you'll die. The golden dragon laughed sinisterly. The numerous dragons rushed out from the dragon world and enveloped Lin Feng. The aura formed by the gathering of 10,000 dragons was too terrifying. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's physical body was cracking. The golden dragon's myriad dragons destroying the world made Lin Feng feel a strong threat of death. Lin Feng's face was pale. He knew very well that when the overwhelming number of dragons came crashing down, only death would await him. He was unwilling to die like this. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He didn't know if this experiment would succeed, but if it did, not only would he be able to break the myriad dragons destroying the world, but he might also be able to cause great damage to the golden dragon. Thinking of this, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He didn't hesitate anymore. The purple earthgore fire appeared on his left hand. The black flame burning god fire appeared on his right hand. The two heavenly fires were compressed together by Lin Feng and forcefully fused together. Lin Feng had previously fused the word life and the word death together to form the Emperor technique, Seal of Life and Death. However, he wasn't sure if the heavenly fires could be fused together. This was just an experiment. Now, Lin Feng had no other choice but to give it a try. When the two heavenly fires were forcefully fused together, there was a strong rejection. Lin Feng felt as if the two heavenly fires were about to explode. Once the heavenly fires self-destructed, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Lin Feng tried his best to control the heavenly fires so that they wouldn't explode immediately. Under his control, the heavenly fires overcame the rejection and gradually fused together, forming a distorted ball of flame. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. At this moment, the 10,000 dragons were already crashing down. Lin Feng didn't hesitate anymore and took out the ball of flame. This technique is called the burning wrath of the heavens. Have a taste of my ultimate technique. Lin Feng roared. After taking out the ball of flame, Lin Feng quickly took out the 4 vicious cauldrons and jumped into them to hide. Bang! The distorted ball of flame formed by the fusion of the heavenly fires instantly exploded. A destructive power swept across the heavens and the earth. In the sky, the dragons that were crashing down exploded, and the destructive power engulfed the golden dragon. Lin Feng hid in the 4 vicious cauldrons and wore the death god's armor, but he was still severely injured. The heavenly fire's energy waves were mostly absorbed by the 4 vicious cauldrons and the death god's armor. However, Lin Feng was still shaken and vomited blood. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. No! The golden dragon outside screamed in fear when it felt the power of the heavenly fire's explosion. Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, the golden dragon's body directly exploded. The golden dragon was the fire spirit of the golden dragon divine flame. It was the source of the soul, and it was directly destroyed by the heavenly fires. In the sky, the golden dragon divine flame's source of fire floated. Chapter 14:17. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body, and his physical body recovered quickly. In a short while, Lin Feng's body recovered completely. This was the strength of the immortal divine body. No matter how serious the injuries were, they could be healed completely. He flew out of the 4 ferocious cauldrons and saw the golden dragon divine flame floating in the air. He was ecstatic. Lin Feng realized that he had killed the fire spirit. Only the heavenly flame origin was left floating in the air. The heavenly flame origin of the golden dragon divine flame was extremely powerful, and it emitted a shocking fluctuation. The fluctuation made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. It was indeed the heavenly flame that was ranked 42nd. The heavenly flame origin of the golden dragon divine flame was much more powerful than the heavenly flame origins of the purple earth core fire and the black flame's divine flame. Devour! Lin Feng flew over and activated his devouring martial soul to devour the heavenly flame origin of the golden dragon divine flame. When the heavenly flame origin of the golden dragon divine flame entered his body, Lin Feng realized that the heavenly flame origins of the purple earth core fire and the black flame's divine flame in his elixir sea were pulsating violently. The heavenly flames could sense each other. The heavenly flame origins of the golden dragon divine flame was too powerful. The heavenly flame origins of the purple earth core fire and the black flame's divine flame felt threatened. Lin Feng's divine thought entered his elixir sea, and he could vaguely see the 2 clusters of flames pulsating violently. The 2 clusters of flames were only the size of a thumb. One cluster of flames was light purple. This was the heavenly flame origin of the purple earth core fire. The other cluster of flames was pitch black. This was the heavenly flame origin of the black flame's divine flame. As long as the heavenly flame origin was not extinguished, it could continuously produce heavenly flames. Normally, when talking about refining heavenly fire, it was actually referring to refining the heavenly fire source. Just like the divine ability that Lin Feng had just created, burning wrath of the heavens. The 2 heavenly flames merged, then self-destructed. The purple earth core fire and the black flame's divine flame were the flames produced by the heavenly flame origin. As long as Lin Feng's divine will connected with the 2 sky fire origins, he would be able to continuously produce sky fire. Now, Lin Feng wanted to refine the 3rd type of heavenly flame origin. Once he did, Lin Feng would be able to control the 3rd type of heavenly flame. Clearly, the golden dragon divine flame was more powerful and destructive. Once mastered, it would definitely be Lin Feng's trump card. Of course, it was not easy to refine the golden dragon divine flames. The level of this heavenly flame was too high, and the fire spirit had just been destroyed. The essence of the golden dragon divine flame even contained the residual aura of the fire spirit. Therefore, the essence of the golden dragon divine flame was very resistant to Lin Feng's refinement. Humph, I've already destroyed the fire spirit. Do you think I can't subdue a mere heavenly flame essence? Lin Feng snorted and used his divine will to control the purple earth core fire and the black flame's divine flame origin to suppress the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin. Although the purple earth core fire and the black flame's divine flame origin were very afraid of the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin, under Lin Feng's control, the 2 types of heavenly flame origin flew out and confronted the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin. At the same time, Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The archaic dragonesque elephant's power continuously flowed into the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin. As time passed, the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin was gradually refined by Lin Feng. About 10 days passed. Lin Feng did not stop refining the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin. Finally, the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin was successfully refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine will connected with the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin, and the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin continuously produced the golden dragon divine flame. Lin Feng waved his hand. The golden dragon divine flame that filled the sky flew out of his body and burned the void. The surrounding void distorted. As expected of the 42nd ranked heavenly flame, it's really powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Boom. At this moment, the golden dragon divine flame's heavenly flame origin emitted a powerful energy. That energy surging violently from Lin Feng's dantian, it flowed into his limbs and bones. Lin Feng's face lit up with surprise. Heavenly flame feedback. Every time a heavenly flame was refined, a large amount of heavenly flame origin would be given back. And this origin energy, it would help the cultivator refining the heavenly flame increase their cultivation. Lin Feng, who had already refined 2 types of heavenly flames, was very experienced in this. He hurriedly circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art to absorb the energy. As the golden dragon divine flame's feedback energy was gradually refined, Lin Feng's dermic power began to increase at a crazy rate. Not long after, Lin Feng's cultivation broke through from the first level of the rebirth realm to the second level of the rebirth realm. Soon after, he broke through from the second level of the rebirth realm to the third level of the rebirth realm. Finally, Lin Feng's cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the rebirth realm before stopping. A total of 5 levels. Lin Feng's face lit up with surprise. This kind of high-level heavenly flames cultivation was indeed not something a low-level heavenly flame could compare to. Ha ha ha! I've already broken through to the 6th level of the rebirth realm. I'm not too far away from the God realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. After a short moment of excitement, Lin Feng quickly adjusted his emotions. Divine corpse, come out. Lin Feng waved his right hand, summoning the golden crow's corpse from the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and cut open the corpse's chest. Then he took out a large amount of divine source. Lin Feng sealed the golden crow's corpse's divine source in a spatial bottle, then placed it in a white jade box. The white jade box had another spatial bottle, and the vast domain archdevil's divine source was sealed in another spatial bottle. Lin Feng wanted to find an alchemist to refine the divine source into deity elixir. With enough deity elixir, not to mention divine artifacts, he could even activate imperial weapons. If he could activate imperial weapons, what could mere void gods do? Even divine flame realm experts would be killed. Lin Feng then found the divine space formed within the golden crow's body. He found many treasures in the god's space. There was a divine fire weapon called the Scorching Sunstaff. It was actually a treasure made of wood. Lin Feng inspected it and found that it was a treasure made from the Kinwu people's Fusang divine tree. Apart from this divine weapon, there were also many divine pills. There were more than 3,000 bottles. Lin Feng was shocked. There were so many divine pills. Any one of them could be sold for a sky-high price. There were also many top-grade divine abilities passed down by the Kinwu people, some talismans with formations, and some precious forging materials. Suddenly, Lin Feng's heart began to beat violently. He saw a mysterious gas sealed deep within the divine origin of the golden crow's divine corpse. It was a cloud of yellow gas. Mysterious yellow origin. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 1418. It condensed the chaos and evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation. The chaos rose into the sky and created all living things. The heaven and earth sank into the ground and gathered billions of stars. This was the change that happened after Pangu created the world. There were only two kinds of power in the Khanate world. They were the chaos and the heaven and earth. In this world, there was yin and yang. This seemed to be an immutable principle. The power of chaos in the Khanate world was yang. The power of the heaven and earth was yin. It was equivalent to the two extremes of yin and yang. Needless to say, the chaos ancestral chi had gradually disappeared from the world after the creation of the world. Since ancient times, the chaos ancestral chi was almost invisible. Therefore, it was exceptionally precious. The ancient emperors searched the heavens, but could not find the chaos ancestral chi. And the heaven and earth ancestral chi was even more precious than the chaos ancestral chi, because in the Khanate world, the heaven and earth ancestral chi was much rarer than the chaos ancestral chi. After the creation of the world, the heaven and earth ancestral chi almost disappeared. In the past, Lin Feng coincidentally obtained the chaos ancestral chi from the Temple of Eternal Life. Now, he actually saw the heaven and earth ancestral chi again. That mass of heaven and earth ancestral chi emitted an astonishing fluctuation. Lin Feng could feel an ancient aura from that mass of heaven and earth ancestral chi. That aura, it was an ancient aura that could not be described with words. This might be the so-called Khanate aura. I'm really rich. It's the heaven and earth ancestral chi. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. The value of the heaven and earth ancestral chi was too great. It was the most suitable material for forging magic treasures in the world. For example, immortal Tir Qilin iron, phoenix flame stone, and other divine stones could be forged into imperial weapons. But this was already the limit, and it was said that the magic treasures forged by the chaos ancestral chi and the heaven and earth ancestral chi would be upgraded as the owner's cultivation increased, and it could even break through the restrictions of imperial weapons. It could become a real immortal weapon. Lin Feng had never seen an immortal weapon before and did not know what level it was, let alone how powerful it was. But Lin Feng knew one thing: immortal weapon. It was a magic treasure that only immortals had. As for immortals, they were just legends. Perhaps those Xiantian life forms, such as Pangu, Nuwa, Fuxi, Taishang, Guangyuan, and the others were all immortals. However, they had already fallen in the great war between innates. Are there still immortals in this world? No one knew. However, it didn't matter if there were immortals or immortal artifacts. There was one thing that Lin Feng was clear about. That is, the mysterious yellow origin in front of him was simply too precious. This thing was enough to cause a storm of blood. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, come out! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp flew out. Lin Feng usually used the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp to protect his soul. Lin Feng knew one thing very well. Even if one's physical body was destroyed, as long as one's soul didn't die, one could seize another body and be reborn. Therefore, the soul was too important. Therefore, Lin Feng refined a magic treasure like the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. His soul could be hidden inside the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, with the protection of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Even if one's soul was attacked, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp could reduce the damage to the soul to the minimum. Just like when Lin Feng was attacked by the Golden Dragon's 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon at close range, his soul was seriously injured. In fact, with the Golden Dragon's godly realm strength, it used the soul attack at such a close range. Without the protection of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, Lin Feng's soul would have been destroyed long ago. When the heavenly demons invaded, Lin Feng had already refined the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp to the level of a quasi-divine artifact. However, it was extremely difficult for a quasi-divine artifact to break through to the level of a divine artifact. This was the same principle as a cultivator's breakthrough. There were many quasi-divine experts in the great world of exile. However, there were only 12 godly realm experts. It could be seen how difficult it was for a quasi-divine to break through to the godly realm. To put it nicely, the quasi-divine realm was called God. However, in reality, they were still mortals. Their life had not completed the transformation. Their lifespan was only about 50,000 to 60,000 years. However, if they broke through to the God realm, it would be different. The God's life level had completed the transformation. It was not just an increase in strength. To put it bluntly, it was just like lifespan. Even the weakest godly realm cultivator had a lifespan of more than 2 million years. As their cultivation level increased, their lifespan would continue to increase. The lifespan of a quasi-divine expert of 50,000 to 60,000 years was far from the lifespan of a god realm cultivator of millions or even tens of millions of years. Although there was only a one-word difference between a quasi-divine artifact and a divine artifact, it was still a world of difference. However, it was too difficult to evolve the primal chaos ancient lamp into a divine artifact. The more precious the materials used to create a magic treasure, the more powerful it would be. However, it would also be more difficult for such a magic treasure to be upgraded. However, when Lin Feng saw the dark yellow ancestral chi, he saw the possibility of the primal chaos ancient lamp evolving into a divine artifact. The primal chaos ancestral chi was an extreme yang treasure, and the primal chaos ancient lamp had been integrated with the heavenly fire to ignite the wick. The yang attribute magic treasure was originally an extreme yang treasure. After being integrated with the heavenly fire, the yang attribute power it contained was even stronger. As the saying goes, the cycle of yin and yang, the great Tao was perfect. Any kind of perfected Tao was neither extreme yang nor extreme yin. Instead, there was both yin and yang. In order to transform into a god, whether it was a cultivator or a magic treasure, they had to reach a perfect state. Only then could one become a god. The dark yellow ancestral chi and the primal chaos ancestral chi complemented each other. This was the so-called cycle of yin and yang. Lin Feng broke the seal that sealed the dark yellow ancestral chi. Then he injected the dark yellow ancestral chi into the primal chaos ancient lamp. Next, he used the golden dragon divine flame to incinerate the dark yellow ancestral chi and the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng wanted to refine the dark yellow ancestral chi into a part of the primal chaos ancient lamp. It took Lin Feng 7 days to successfully refine the dark yellow ancestral chi into the primal chaos ancient lamp. The primal chaos ancient lamp had finally broken through to the god realm. My natal magic treasure has broken through to the god realm. Ha! I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if my natal magic treasure will break through to the immortal artifact level as my cultivation level increases in the future. Lin Feng smiled and activated the primal chaos ancient lamp. The lamp released a stream of primal chaos chi. Bang! The void shattered. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Such power, as expected of a supreme treasure made from the primal chaos ancestral chi and dark yellow ancestral chi. It's even stronger than when I activated the great desolate war spear. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This was the difference between a natal magic treasure and an ordinary magic treasure. When a natal magic treasure was activated, the power it released would far surpass the power released by a magic treasure that was several grades higher than a natal magic treasure. Because a natal magic treasure was completely compatible with its owner, its power could be fully released. As for other magic treasures, They were treasures that other cultivators had refined according to their own characteristics. They couldn't be perfectly compatible with the cultivators who obtained them later on. Therefore, it was difficult to fully release their power. After the primal chaos ancient lamp evolved into a divine artifact, its power increased greatly. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Even though this trip to the Tianyun mountain range had been extremely dangerous, and he had almost died, in the end, he had survived. Besides, he had obtained so many benefits. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel extremely excited. He put away the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then he left the lava world. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a small town in the northern part of the Tianzhou region. Further north was the Great Sun region. In the town, Lin Feng heard a shocking piece of news. Chapter 1419. This small town at the border between the Tianzhou domain and the Great Sun domain was bustling with people coming and going. There were both cultivators from the Tianzhou domain and the Great Sun domain here. So this was the place where news traveled the fastest. And now, many people in the town were talking about the magic lotus. The magic lotus had appeared in the Great Sun domain. The magic lotus was very powerful and was a divine treasure, attracting countless cultivators to fight over it. But it was said that many people were killed by the magic lotus, and then their flesh, blood, and essence were devoured by the magic lotus. The magic lotus's appearance attracted the attention of many superpower houses, and now they were all on the move, trying to subdue the magic lotus. But the magic lotus had vanished without a trace, as if it had gone into hiding. But it was said that someone had invited a Taoist from the archaic mysteries sect to deduce the location of the magic lotus, and it wouldn't be long before they found out where the magic lotus was hidden. When he heard the news, Lin Feng was greatly shocked. The magic lotus had also come to this world. The magic lotus, the sacred relic of the heavenly fiend clan, was strange and powerful. The magic lotus devours cultivators. Does Mose Tianzuan still have a remnant soul? Lin Feng pondered and thought of this possibility. Mose Tianzuan had suffered a calamity and his soul had been shattered. But Mose Tianzuan was an elite of the heavenly fiend clan, and a Khanate heavenly fiend at that. Mose Tianzuan's methods must be extraordinary, so it wasn't impossible for him to retain a portion of his soul. Actually, Lin Feng wanted to see Mose Tianzuan's remnant soul remain. As a Khanate heavenly fiend, Mose Tianzuan hid too many secrets. Moreover, Mose Tianzuan cultivated many remarkable abilities that could be said to be unprecedented. It would be too much of a pity if he died right away. Now that Mose Tianzuan's core was destroyed and his soul was shattered, only a remnant soul was left. Even a heavenly fiend wouldn't have an easy time recovering from such a severe injury. If Mose Tianzuan's core hadn't been destroyed, he could quickly increase his cultivation by devouring flesh, blood, and soul essences. But now that Mose Tianzuan's core was destroyed, he would need to recreate it. This was an extremely difficult task. That was why he was able to obtain the magic lotus and obtain all of Mose Tianzuan's secrets. Mose Tianzuan. Not only would he be able to obtain the magic lotus, but he would also be able to obtain all of Mose Tianzuan's secrets of him. The remarkable abilities that Mose Tianzuan cultivated tempted even Lin Feng. For example, one leaf, one Bodhi, one flower, one world, reversing billions of worlds, shattering the Milky Way, paying him back in his own way. If he could get his hands on these unparalleled divine abilities, he would feel excited just thinking about it. Mose Tianzuan, it seems that our battle is predestined. You are destined to die at my hands. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rested in the small town for a day, then entered the Great Sun domain. There were a total of 452 ancient cities in the Great Sun domain, which was stronger than the Tianzhou domain. There were many experts and powerful factions in the Great Sun domain. Of course, the most powerful were the Qinwu people. After all, the Qinwu people had a god. This god was also the domain lord of the Great Sun domain. Apart from the Qinwu people, there were also 10 major factions, and it was said that they weren't to be underestimated. The ancestors of the 10 major factions had all been domain lords, and they had a long history. Even the Qinwu people wouldn't easily offend them. Lin Feng arrived at a place called Sunset City, which was controlled by one of the 10 major clans of the Great Sun domain, the Blue Phoenix clan. The Blue Phoenix was a descendant of the Phoenix, so one could see how terrifying this clan was. In the past, the Blue Phoenix clan was the clan that had ruled the Great Sun domain for the longest time. However, their current strength wasn't as strong as before. The domain lord of the Great Sun domain had also become an expert of the Qinwu people. Of course, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Blue Phoenix clan. This faction was still so powerful that it made countless people tremble. There was still no news about the magic lotus. However, cultivators could be heard everywhere talking about the magic lotus. Lin Feng planned to find an inn to stay in first. At that moment, he suddenly realized that someone was tugging at his clothes. Lin Feng lowered his head and saw a little girl about 4 or 5 years old. The little girl had 2 pigtails and looked very cute. Seeing this little girl, Lin Feng suddenly thought of Li Mingxi and Little Moon. They were also as cute as this little girl in front of him. "What's wrong, little girl?" Lin Feng squatted down and rubbed the little girl's head. The little girl's voice was crisp and pleasant. She innocently said, "Big brother, little Yao Yao wants to eat Tonghulu. Can Big Brother buy a Tonghulu for little Yao Yao?" The little girl's big black eyes looked at a nearby vendor selling Tonghulu. When she saw the Tonghulu that was dipped in sugar, her big eyes didn't blink. However, she immediately lowered her head and said, "Uncle said that I can't be rude. Little Yao Yao shouldn't ask Big Brother to buy Tonghulu for her." The little girl squatted on the ground in a daze. Lin Feng asked, "Where's Uncle? Why are you here alone?" "Uncle is doing business. This is Uncle's shop." The little girl pointed to a tailor's shop in front of them. She was at the age where she was very active, so she went outside to play. "Wait here for Big Brother. Big Brother will buy you a Tonghulu." Lin Feng smiled. "Really?" Little Yao Yao asked in surprise. "Of course." Lin Feng smiled and went to buy a Tonghulu. Little Yao Yao took the Tonghulu, her big eyes filled with excitement. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the sugar on the Tonghulu. Her eyes immediately narrowed into crescents. "It's delicious. Thank you, Big Brother. Have a taste too." Little Yao Yao took the Tonghulu and handed it to Lin Feng. "If Big Brother doesn't want it, little Yao Yao can eat it herself." Lin Feng smiled. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar walked out of the tailor's shop. Little Yao Yao said, "Big Brother, this is little Yao Yao's uncle." The middle-aged scholar cupped his fists and said, "This child doesn't know any better. Sorry for making a fool of herself." Lin Feng stood up and cupped his fists as well. "Little Yao Yao is very cute. Why don't we have a cup of tea in the shop?" The middle-aged scholar invited. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Little Yao Yao stretched out her arms and said in a childish voice, "Little Yao Yao, let Big Brother carry you." Lin Feng carried little Yao Yao in his arms. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "This little girl doesn't usually like to interact with others, but she seems to have hit it off with you." Lin Feng smiled. "I also feel like I hit it off with little Yao Yao. This little girl is so innocent and lovable." When they arrived at the inner hall, the middle-aged scholar personally brewed tea for Lin Feng. Little Yao Yao sat on a stool next to Lin Feng, swinging her legs as she ate the tonghulu in her hand. How should I address you, sir? The middle-aged scholar asked. Lin Feng. How should I address you, sir? Qin Shijun. After a brief introduction, Qin Shijun poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. He smiled and said, Young friend, how about you try this spirit tea? Lin Feng nodded and took a small sip. He immediately felt a wave of spirit energy enter his body. This was actually enlightenment tea. Lin Feng was shocked, and he couldn't believe it. Who was this Qin Shijun? How could he bring out a treasure like enlightenment tea? Chapter 14:20. Lin Gongzi, what do you think of the tea leaves? Qin Shijun asked. Lin Feng said calmly, the tea's fragrance lingers in my mouth and refreshes my heart. It's really good tea. That's right. I just happen to have a few pieces of this tea. Since it was brought together by fate with young Master Lin, I'll use this tea to entertain young Master Lin. It's good that young Master Lin likes it. Qin Shijun smiled. The Enlightenment ancient tea was very precious, although it could be bought through some methods. It was obviously difficult for ordinary people to buy it. This Zhou Shijun in front of him was definitely not a simple person. From the fact that he could take out the Enlightenment ancient tea, one could tell that his identity was not ordinary. However, since the other party did not mention that it was the Enlightenment ancient tea, Lin Feng would not say it out loud. Young Master doesn't look like a cultivator from the Great Sun region, Zhou Shijun asked. Lin Feng said, I'm from the Tianzhou region. Zhou Shijun said, it seems that young Master is here for the magic lotus. Lin Feng said, indeed, I see that many cultivators are here for the magic lotus. It's just that the magic lotus will end up in the hands of the lucky ones. Zhou Shijun sighed. As long as a treasure is born, blood will flow like a river. I'm afraid this time is no exception. Lin Feng said, the world of cultivators is just this cruel. This is also a situation that is difficult to change. Lin Feng and Zhou Shijun chatted for more than 2 hours and got along quite well. They also had lunch at Zhou Shijun's place. In the afternoon, Lin Feng bid farewell to Zhou Shijun and planned to leave. Little Yao Yao was very reluctant to part with Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng leave, she grabbed onto his clothes and looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. She did not say anything and just did not let him leave. Big brother will come to see little Yao Yao again, okay? Lin Feng rubbed little Yao Yao's head and said. Little Yao Yao thought for a moment and nodded heavily. She stretched out her little hand and said, then Big Brother is not allowed to lie to little Yao Yao. We have to pinky swear. If you lie, you are not a good brother. Lin Feng smiled and said, all right, I'll pinky swear with Yao Yao. I won't lie. If I did, I wouldn't be a good brother. Little Yao Yao's heart. She kissed Lin. This was the naivety of a child. Children at this age had things that they insisted on, and they also had their own ideas, said Lin Feng while caressing Yao Yao's beautiful face. Immediately after, he left. Lin Feng found an inn in Sunset City and sealed the room with restrictions. He spent the next 3 days in seclusion. He had gained a lot during these 3 days. The Enlightenment tea had helped Lin Feng enter a deeper level of enlightenment, and Lin Feng had also cultivated the Great Karma Technique to the minor success stage. The Great Karma Technique had formed a divine ability array, and the power of karma surged out. If there is a cause in this world, there must be an effect. Lin Feng muttered to himself, my soul is being suppressed by the laws of this world, and I am still unable to break through them. What is the cause of this? What is the effect? Lin Feng could not help but wonder. now that the laws of heaven and earth were suppressing his soul. This matter was still bothering him. The laws of heaven and earth suppressing his soul were abnormally powerful, and Lin Feng had yet to break through them. He estimated that it would take a long time before he could truly break through the laws of heaven and earth suppressing his soul. During the battle with the golden dragon, if Lin Feng's soul had not been suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, he would have been able to decapitate the golden dragon with a single strike. If he had been able to decapitate the golden dragon, he would not have been in such a dangerous situation. Now that his soul was being suppressed, Lin Feng had no way of increasing his soul power. Lin Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the 6th stage of the rebirth realm, but his soul power was still at the 5th stage. It must be known that when Lin Feng was still in the life and death realm, his soul power had already broken through to the 5th stage of the rebirth realm. Now, he was at the 6th stage of the rebirth realm, but his soul power was still at the 5th stage of the rebirth realm. The reason why his soul power had not increased in such a long time was because it was being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. The improvement of one's soul was extremely important to a cultivator. This was because the stronger the soul, the more profound one's wisdom would be, and the more meticulous one would be when thinking about things. It would even be easier for one to comprehend the Tao. Why was it that deity realm experts could use the same divine ability with just a few glances and successfully cultivate it, while cultivators below the deity realm had to spend a long time comprehending it and might not even be able to get started? It was because deity realm experts had strong souls and profound wisdom. The strong soul was the cause, and the profound wisdom was the effect. This was also a manifestation of the cycle of karma. Because of their profound wisdom, the way deity realm experts looked at things and thought about things was incomparable to low-level cultivators. Now that Lin Feng had achieved a small success in the great karmic art, he had a new understanding of many things. This included a new understanding of the relationship between cause and effect, just like the karmic relationship between a strong soul and profound wisdom. Similarly, when I descended to this world, I was rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of this world. Therefore, my soul was being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth of this world. This also contained the karmic relationship. Descending to this world and being rejected by the laws of heaven and earth was the cause. The soul being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth was the effect. However, karma and karma were opposites. Now, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a new kind of karmic relationship. His cultivation had greatly increased. This was the cause. After his cultivation increased, he had the ability to break the laws of heaven and earth to suppress Lin Feng. This was the effect. After understanding this logic, Lin Feng suddenly revealed a smile. What a good cycle of karma. In this world, there is no absolute cause and no absolute effect. The development of everything is relative. Since karma is relative, then I can use the great karmic art to dissolve the laws of heaven and earth that are suppressing my soul and my mind. Lin Feng began to circulate the great karmic art. Suddenly, the surging power of karma surged into his mind. Crack, crack. Immediately after, the laws of heaven and earth that were suppressing Lin Feng's soul began to disintegrate. 2 hours later, all the laws of heaven and earth completely dissipated. Lin Feng immediately felt relaxed. The great karmic art is indeed powerful. It actually broke the laws of heaven and earth that were suppressing my soul so easily. This saved me at least 2 years. Lin Feng revealed a smile. Originally, Lin Feng estimated that it would take at least 2 years to completely break the laws of heaven and earth that were suppressing his soul with his own strength. But now, the great karmic art easily broke the laws of heaven and earth that were suppressing his soul. This made Lin Feng overjoyed. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he was in a good mood. He originally planned to find a place to drink and relax. However, just as he came out, he heard the news about the magic lotus. The magic lotus was found by Wang Qianni of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Many experts went to look for the magic lotus. Now that the magic lotus had appeared in the Great Sun Plains, it was said that it was being chased by many experts. More and more experts rushed to the Great Sun Plains. After Lin Feng received the news, he also left Sunset City and headed to the Great Sun Plains. On the third day after Lin Feng left, dozens of black-clothed men with swords on their backs came to Sunset City in the middle of the night. The black-clothed men looked coldly at a tailor shop that was already closed. "Is this the place?" The leader of the black-clothed men spoke. His voice was as hoarse and unpleasant as the cry of an owl.